has been one that has been very, very satisfying. I can see it on your faces. And today, by the end of the day, there'll be time for us to relax and do a few other things. I cannot forget the SGA in a hurry. The last time he was in Asaba here, he was fantastic. He had a swell time. And I know, let me just say to be on the lighter mood, he's a very good dancer. If you see him dance, you'll continue to appreciate him. SGA, thank you so much. NBS has become the fear of it, the beginning of wisdom in Nigeria. You guys are doing a great job. Continue with the good works you are doing. And I'm happy you are here once more. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise as I welcome His Excellency, the Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Francis Orokwedo Borewori, JP, Governor of Delta State, ably represented by the Secretary to the Delta State Government, Dr. Kingsley Ezemu. Can we put our hands together for him, please? Your Excellency, you are welcome, sir. That is the Secretary to the Delta State Government, Dr. Kingsley Ezemu. Now that the rep of His Excellency has arrived, we'll all rise for the first stanza of the national anthem. Can we put it on screen? The first stanza of the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our oh dear native land. No tribe and tongue may differ, we brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Your Excellency, while we remain standing, we will take the second stanza of our national anthem for the opening prayer. Please bring it up. The second stanza, please. No, please. The second stanza or the third stanza. Okay. Oh God of creation, right? For the opening prayer. Oh God of creation, help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you very much. I'm sure the pressman, you've taken your shots. I guess so. Thank you. Can we now clear the front of the state bus? Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Francis Orokwedo Borewori, Governor of Delta State, ably represented by the Secretary to the Delta State Government, Dr. Kingsley Ezemu, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Abubakar Bagudu, CEO and ably represented, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Olatuji Alausa, CON, ably represented by the Director, Research Policy and Statistics, of the Nigeria Education and the Information Federal Ministry of Education, Mr. Matthew Ogajozo, the Statistician General of the Federation and Chief Executive Officer of the National Bureau of Statistics, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, the members of the Delta State Executive Council, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning, Mr. Sonny Ekindaye, the Chairman National Population Commission, the Honorable Nasri Isaac Kwara, who is represented here by the Director General MPC, the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Director, Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, ably represented here by Dr. Moses Opanashi, Director, Statistics Department, the Director, World Trade Organization, WTO, Nigeria, Professor Ngozi Egbuna, the Director of Statistics, African Development Bank, Dr. Omotosho, ably represented here by Ms. Ivie Adidi. Distinguished council members and all invited speakers within and outside the country, as well as members of the panel for the conference here present, founding fathers of the profession that have served in various capacities, erudite scholars, including vice chancellors and rectors of polytechnics here present, state statistician general, state chapter chairs and the executives here present, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, members of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, Cison, development partners, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, this morning we are here for the formal opening ceremony of the second annual international conference, Big Data and Analytics in Nigeria, with the theme, Developing a National Data Ecosystem for Enhanced National Prosperity. This is in collaboration with Cison and the Delta State government. And I can tell you, Excellency, that in the last 2 days or so, it has been fruitful deliberations. And for us to commence proceedings this morning, with your kind permission, Your Excellency, may I invite one of our own, a commissioner in whom we are well pleased, a man who has seen it all and has placed the name of Delta State in the global map. Very calm, focused, and organized. He's a man of little words, but full of action. And anytime he's called upon to do his job, he will execute it with passion and intellect. Permit me, as you join me, put your hands together to welcome Mr. Sonny Ekindaye, the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning, Delta State, to deliver his welcome address. Can we put our hands together, please? You can see the heavens have opened once more because Sonny is coming to deliver his welcome address. Can we begin to appreciate him, please?
This is second annual international conference, an event that underscores the growing importance of data in shaping the destiny of nations. The theme of this conference, Big Data Analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem for enhanced national prosperity, is not only timely but crucial. In today's knowledge-driven world, data is the new oil, and analytics is the refinery that transforms raw data into accountable actions for insights, governance, policy, and economic growth. For us in Delta State, this resonates strongly with the development aspirations under the more agenda of His Excellency. We recognize that sound planning depends on robust data. That is why we are investing in systems to strengthen data-driven policies to ensure that social interventions, infrastructure projects, and economic programs are targeted where they are needed the most. This conference brings together a community of data and development experts who are here to share commitment to building a data-driven Nigeria. It is our hope that your deliberations over these days will not only advance academic knowledge, but also shape practical frameworks for a stronger national data ecosystem. On behalf of the government and good people of Delta State, I thank Cison for this opportunity to host you, and I encourage you to enjoy our warm hospitality, explore our vibrant culture, and most importantly, contribute your expertise to the future of a prosperous Nigeria built on data, confidence, and innovation. So on this note, I welcome you all to Asaba, and I wish us a very fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Welcome to Asaba. Welcome to Delta State. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I know we can do better than that for the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Plan, Mr. Sonny Ekindaya. Thank you for that wonderful address. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I met him only yesterday and the day before, and it was like our chemistry worked together. I have not seen him. I don't know him from Adam. Well, as soon as we met, something clicked. That was when somebody was telling me that he's a good man. He was introduced to me, and we talked. Yesterday, I saw him again. Your Excellency, I'm about to invite a man on whom we are very, very proud of. If you look at the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning, his pattern of dressing and that of this man I'm going to invite are almost the same. I thought they were even Siemens twins. But I think there's one thing that puts them together. They are all from Delta State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome for his presidential address, the president of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, our own. We are proud of Dr. Gode Ebu. Please put your hands together for him. Proudly Delta. And you can see that Delta State will not carry last. Can we begin to appreciate our president? Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate him.
Once more, good morning, great statisticians. Good morning, our able hosts and our invited guests, and of course, our Assistant General of the Federation. What is the music? My address is going to be very brief, and I want to ride on already established protocol. But before I commence the address, I want us to stand up to appreciate the Delta State government with a song that says, "Stand up, stand up for the champion, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champion, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champion, stand up, up." Raise your hands and sing it. Be free to express yourself. For the champions, stand up, stand up.
Here we go. It's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most.
Stand up.
It's just
I want you all to stand up and support and sing to all that have been supporting the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria. I want us to feel free to express ourselves, including our General of the Federation. As many that have been supporting our national statistical system, stand up, feel free to express yourself. Let's express our gratitude to them all. Stand up and down. Feel free to express yourself. Stand up and down. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Once more, clap for yourself and as many that are seated beside you. Your Excellency, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, like I said, I want to stand on already established protocol. And I want to go straight to why we are here. It is with great honor and a deep sense of duty that I welcome every one of our member of our institute to this annual international conference. The choosing theme, which is Big Data Analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem for enhanced national prosperity, is both timely and visionary. Globally, big data is transforming economies from the United States to Singapore, from Rwanda to India. Governments are leveraging on analytics to strengthen policy, improve service delivery, combat poverty, and spur innovation. In Nigeria, the imperative is no less urgent. The National Bureau of Statistics, the National Population Commission, the National Identity Management Commission, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigerian Communication Commission, the National Information Technology Development Agency, they have all made commendable efforts in generating and managing data. However, the truth remains, there are gaps, there are urgency that we, both at the national, subnational, need to urgently support them. Data is more than figures, as already alluded by our amiable commissioner. Data is strategic national asset. If properly harnessed, it can guide evidence-based policymaking, improve revenue mobilization, monitor inflation, enhance financial inclusion, and shape interventions in health, education, agriculture, and security. We all know that several obstacles, notwithstanding, are on our way. Fragmented data system, weak infrastructure, limited human capital, concerns around privacy, ethics, and trust are concerns that we need to address and address urgently. To make progress within the national data ecosystem, the following pillars for developing Nigeria data ecosystem to be leveraged upon. First in the list, we need to have an integrated data infrastructure. Second, robust governance and interoperability. We need to build capacity, and fund capacity building. We need to support open data policy. We need to engage in public-private partnerships. We need to frame up a legal and ethical safeguard in order to protect our national data. If Nigeria embraces big data analytics in line with the theme for this particular conference, with determination, the dividends will be immense. First in the list for government, second for the private sector, third for citizens, and of course for our nation. The areas among the aspects that have been listed cannot be overemphasized. Distinguished colleagues, we have conveyed at a pivotal moment in human history, where data has become the new oil, and analytics, the refinery that transforms raw information into actionable intelligence. Nigeria cannot be left out. With a population of over 220 million, when you tell people, where are you going to? Say Nigeria, Nigeria, you're from Nigeria. May we know what's the population? As soon as you mention the population of that, they say that is market. That is market. Every business person wants to be associated with Nigeria. Why? That is data. And that is the data we're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chartered Institute of Statistics stands at the forefront of this transformation. It's the premier professional body for statisticians in Nigeria, established by the Cison Act of 2022 to determine the standards of knowledge and skill required for chartered statistician. Cison bears the responsibility of setting professional standards, ensuring ethical practice, and building the human capital necessary to drive our national data agenda. Our institute serves as the bridge between academic excellence and practical application, between theoretical knowledge and policy implementation. We are the guardians of statistical integrity, the champions of professional competence, and the architects of Nigeria's statistical future. Through our comprehensive committee structure, from Women in Statistics Committee, championed by Professor Joy Nwabeze, to our editorial committee that has successfully registered a journal on Crossref for global visibility, we are building a robust institutional framework. The progress we have made is remarkable. Our chapters and sessions committee have established CISO chapters in 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, with 14 specialized statistical sessions, ranging from sample survey, experimental design to data science, and artificial intelligence. Our social media communication committee has created platforms connecting over 2,000 active members, while our editorial committee has published peer-reviewed proceedings and established rigorous academic standards. Through Cison, we are not only professionalizing the practice of statistics, but also ensuring that every data-driven decision in our nation meets the highest standards of accuracy, reliability, and ethical conduct. Our certification processes, continuous professional development programs, and advocacy efforts are laying the foundation for a robust national data ecosystem that will serve Nigeria for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, standing in the existing protocol, I want to remind us all that the prosperity of nations in the 21st century will not be determined by the resources beneath their soil, but by the intelligence they can extract from their data. As president of these noble institutes, I challenge us to use this conference as a springboard for action. Let us chart clear recommendations for government, industry, and academia. Let us build partnerships that will transform Nigeria's vast data resources into prosperity for all. Together, let us lay the foundation for a truly national data ecosystem, one that strengthens governance, powers business, creates jobs, reduces poverty, secures Nigeria's place in the global knowledge economy. I therefore wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your unwavering commitment to the national development. God bless you. God bless the state. God bless all our invited guests, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Remember that.
I want to believe that that clapping is for the PRO of Cison. Let's clap the one of the president. Let's appreciate him. He's a very smart president. You can see him when he speaks with force. Small body, big engine, another one. Put your hands together for him, please. Appreciate him. Mr. President, thank you so very much. That was a wonderful presentation. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, sir, we're going to go into goodwill messages from institutional members of Cison. We want to plead with you because we know your schedule is quite tight, that perhaps we take about 3-4 minutes each of them to give their Goodwill message. And to begin this wonderful Goodwill message, I've been directed to invite the Statistician General of our Federation and the CEO of MBS, the man who has seen it all. Let's welcome Prince Adeyemi Adeniro as he comes to give his Goodwill message. Put your hands together for the Statistician General of our Federation. It's like statistics has a way of making people work smart. All of them that are coming up, yeah, you can see them, the swag in them. And I can see more and more that they will take it. Please appreciate him once more. Put your hands together for him. It's not easy. Yoruba say ko easy, rara. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. If you have to produce data on a timely basis, you have to work very smoothly. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Jerry Oboriwori, ably represented here today by His Excellency, the Secretary to the Delta State Government, Dr. Kingsley Emu. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, my boss, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, ably represented here today. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Education, ably represented here by one of our own. The Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning, Delta State, my dear brother and good friend, Honorable Sonny Ekedaye, the President and Council members of Cison, Honorable Chartered Statisticians here present, our development partners, other distinguished guests here present, both among us and those that are represented, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege for me today to address this distinguished audience at such a pivotal moment for our profession as well as our nation. Let me start by commending Cison for convening this gathering of members of what I believe is the best profession to reflect on the future of statistics and data in Nigeria. We presently live in an era where data is one of the most valuable assets of any nation, of any company, or any entity, be it enterprise. The chosen theme for this second conference of Cison, which is Big Data and Analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem to enhance national prosperity, is not only timely, but also a blueprint for our nation's future. Our world today generates more data in a single day than entire decades produced 20 years ago. You can see the volume of data that is being generated nowadays. This vast amount of information, ranging from earth records to agricultural yields to transportation flows and financial transactions, all holds the potential to transform governance, drive innovation, and uplift every Nigerian citizen. To unlock this potential, We must cultivate a robust, integrated big data ecosystem that transcends institutional silos. The president of Cison just said we operate fragmented data system. You can also imagine the immense benefits and savings that can be derived from having an integrated and interoperability data from the National Identity Management Commission, Independent National Electoral Commission, Nigeria Interbank Settlement Scheme under CBN, Federal Road Safety Commission, Nigeria Immigration Services, National Population Commission, combined with the application of advanced analytical tools, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and small area estimates. Just imagine it in your head what kind of valuable data that can be used for evidence-based policy that can come out from such data. To provide answer to the immense benefits of what I just said, I will leave the answer to the plenary and panel session that is coming up later today. The Cison, through its Establishment Act of 2022, has been mandated to professionalize our field and align it with global standards. The vision is not just admirable, it is essential. It is also one of the National Bureau of Statistics fully embraces and is engaging in with serious vigor. Today, I wish to focus on a critical enabler of this vision that we have, which is interagency collaborations and partnerships. The simple truth is that no single institution or entity can build a national big data ecosystem alone. It is not possible. Certainly not for a country like ours. A national data ecosystem is only as strong as its weakest link in the system. This call for coordination and partnership is not only desirable, but it is also one of the fundamentals of the official statistics. If you may recall, the principle number 8 and 9 of the fundamental principles of official statistics emphasize the importance of national coordination and international cooperation as essential elements in building a robust and responsive statistical system. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in Nigeria of today, data flow from many sources, from ministries, departments, and agencies of government, as well as data from the private sector, civil society organizations. Our vision must therefore be a shared one, a collaborative network where every data producing agency is a partner as well as a collaborator. A clear example of how emerging government initiatives can enrich our national data ecosystem is the recently endorsed Renew Hope World Development Program of government, which is designed to reach every of Nigerian 8,809 administrative wards. Its rollout will naturally generate vast stream of granular ward-level information covering beneficiaries, covering household conditions, local government infrastructure, and economic activities. When systematically captured and analyzed, this wealth of big data will provide powerful insights for evidence-based planning, enabling real-time tracking of development outcomes, and further strengthen the integrated big data ecosystem that we are all talking about and that we are looking forward to build in Nigeria. As the apex statistical agency, the National Bureau of Statistics is mandated to coordinate the national statistical system. We are already building bridges with key institutions, but we must take it a step further. We need to deepen our collaboration with MDAs, leverage mobile data through the Nigerian Communication Commission, and partner with banks and telecom companies to unlock the wealth of real-time data that they hold, while also ensuring the safeguarding of those data through privacy and confidentiality. This is where Cison plays a very vital role. Its mandate is not just to provide us with certificates, but also to build the human capital that we need to train the next generation of statisticians in data science, machine learning, and big data analytics. These skills are critical to realizing this vision of developing a modern and robust data ecosystem. Collaboration, therefore, is not optional. It is absolutely necessary if we are going to build a comprehensive, interoperable, and actionable data ecosystem in Nigeria. Our vision at MBS, therefore, is a system where data flows seamlessly across institutions, guided by standards, secured by governance, and powered by innovation. To achieve this, we must anchor our efforts on three key principles. One, interoperability, ensuring our system talk to each other through metadata standards, application programming interface APIs, and shared platforms. The second one is partnership, bringing government, private sectors, academia, development partner into one ecosystem. And third, we must build trust, upholding integrity, confidentiality, and compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act of 2023. At MBS, we are championing several pillars to drive this collaboration. Through the recently launched integrated system of administrative statistics and other ongoing data science initiatives, MBS is undertaking the following. We are strengthening the institutional partnership across MDAs, not less than 15, with private sectors, with a lot of higher institutions and civil society. We are also investing in capacity building, working with Cison and universities to produce a new generation of statisticians, data scientists, and engineers. We are also expanding non-traditional partnership with telecom operators, fintech, omnis, and technology firms to harness mobile, financial, Internet of Things, social media, and geospatial data. Securing international collaboration with the UN agencies, World Bank, African Development Bank, and others to embed best global practice into our data production apparatus. The benefits that we are going to derive from this are not abstract. We are not just talking abstract. We are not talking in vacuum. They are practical. They are transformative. Imagine agricultural policies powered by satellite imagery and farmers' registration data to predict yield and secure food systems. Imagine education reforms and programs being guided by integrated data coming from UBEC, from NECO, from JAM, and other agencies of the Ministry of Education, combined with household survey produced by Population Commission by National Bureau of Statistics to address learning poverty and deprivations. This can be a significant game changer for that particular sector. These are not dreams. They are achievable outcomes of interagency collaboration. This is the edge that developed countries have over us in Nigeria and sub-regional Africa, which is enabling them to make huge strides. Nigeria cannot, and we must not be left behind. At MBS, we are committed to being the hub of this ecosystem. The current national strategy for the development of statistics, which we all put together, running from 2024 to 2028, reflects this commitment. It has a strong focus on innovation, data science, and partnerships, within which big data and collaboration are well positioned. Additionally, we are expanding our GIS capabilities with the recent establishment of a new GIS unit in MBS headquarters, which will enhance our capacity to support all our surveys activities across the board. And we can also extend this to the State Bureau of Statistics. Doing this alone is not sufficient. It's not just MBS to be developing without carrying other part of the data ecosystem along. Our effort in this regard can only succeed if all other relevant stakeholders play their part as well. Therefore, to MDAs, I urge you to break silos and share data in the spirit of national service. To the private sector, allow us to leverage your innovations and data sets that you have, which is big data, to unlock new potentials. To our academia, to Cison and other professional bodies, as well as think tank and civil society organizations, let us jointly build capacity and uphold professional standards that will ensure that the sustained supply of technical skills and capacity with this ecosystem is guaranteed. Finally, to our development partners, let us deepen our collaboration to leverage global expertise and resources in achieving our objectives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, collaboration is the heartbeat of the national big data ecosystem that we seek to build. No single agency, no matter how capable, can achieve this alone. However, through partnerships, cooperation, and shared responsibility, we can collectively build a system that strengthens governance, drives innovation, and accelerates sustainable development. Our nation's prosperity depends on our ability to transform raw data into actionable intelligence. The journey will not be easy, but by working together, the government, the private sector, academia, professional body, we can build an ecosystem where data flows securely and purposefully, informing every decision that we make. Before I end my speech, I would like to thank the Cison, the president, for your hard work with your member, and in make all right, thank you. Before I end my speech, I would like to thank Cison for organizing this conference and providing us with a platform to shape this critical agenda. I look forward to the practical and commendation that will emerge from our deliberations. We are going to have panel session. We are going to have a plenary session. All the deliberation at this platform, we expect that we come out with solutions, with recommendations that will help us to achieve one data ecosystem for our dear country. Before I thank all of you for your attention, let me ginger us up for the next distinguished guest that is coming up to address us. When we were in the school, we used to have a slang that by their quote, we shall know them. Those that are in medicine, they have lab coat, it is white. Those that are in the law department, they have black suit, black coat with white shirt. Whenever they are going, we always tell them that by their coat, we shall know them, whether you are in medicine or you are in law. For all of us, we are graduate of one university or the other. But I don't need to ask you which university did you go or attend before I know you and I know the school that you attended. By answering what I'm going to say now, the way you answer me will determine the kind of university that you attend. Great Nigerian chartered statisticians, greater Nigerian chartered statisticians, great Gosa, great Pimpin. Great Gbagba, 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 Gbing Gbing, Bosa, for the government of Delta State, for the support you are giving to the growth and development of statistics in Nigeria. Last year, December, we were here for NCCS meeting. Now we are here again, 2025, supporting data, supporting statistics profession. Great Bosa for Delta State government. Great Bosa for Delta State government. Bosa, Bosa, Bosa. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Wonderful. I guess we can do better than that for the SG. Your Excellency, I was told it was going to be a Goodwill message. I think we ended up doing a very wonderful address. And as usual, please let's appreciate him once more. Put your hands together for him. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to appeal to those who are coming up next that because of time constraints, we want to appeal to all of us who are coming up to give the Goodwill message that if we can do this in the next 20, 25 minutes, perhaps maybe 4 or 5 minutes per each speaker, we will quite appreciate that. Please bear with us because we have other programs for the day so that we can meet up with the time. Time is no longer a friend. It is on that note, Your Excellency, let me now bring up to the podium the man that, when I saw him, something told me that no matter what it is, it must be from the financial sector of our economy. And we're proud of him. Let's make welcome the rep of the Deputy Governor of CBM in charge of Economic Policy Directorate, Dr. Moses Opanashi. Please put your hands together for him. Let us continue to clap so that the interest rate will drop further. At least we're enjoying 27% now. Maybe when it leaves, we'll get better. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so very much, Program Director. As you all are aware, the central bank actually reduced interest rate this week by about 50 basis points. And I think that's the kind of response you like to hear. Thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am standing in for the Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, in charge of economic policy, Dr. Muhammad Sani Abdullahi, who truly and really sought to be here. He really wanted to be here. But unfortunately, he is not able to make it due to certain unforeseen circumstances connected to the just concluded Monetary Policy Committee. He has asked me to convey his regrets and to read his speech, which I will be doing shortly. The Executive Governor of Delta State, His Excellency, Right Honorable Sharif Oboriwori, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of Delta State, Dr. Kingsley Emu. Honorable Secretary, I like to rest on the very well established protocol by the Commissioner for Economic Planning, but not before acknowledging one or two persons, Honorable Secretary, because right seated beside you is one of the persons that the central bank rely and depend on heavily. And I will be asked what happened when I return to Abuja if I fail to recognize the Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, the man with the statistics. Please, a round of applause for this gentleman. Thank you so very much for the very strong support and collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria. As you all know, we would be unable to measure and control anything without the National Bureau of Statistics. We're very grateful for your support. And also on that note, I also like to appreciate and thank the Delta State government for the huge support to Cison and to statistics. And not forgetting my president. I'm a member of Cison. I don't want the man to withdraw my membership. So, Mr. President, thank you so very much for everything you are doing. All other protocol duly and respectfully observed. It is a profound honor to address this important gathering of statisticians, data scientists, economists, and other professionals during this second annual international conference of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria. I bring to you the warmest regards and felicitations of the Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Governing Council of Cison and National Organizing Committee for inviting me to this landmark event. As a Deputy Governor, Economic Policy at the Central Bank of Nigeria, I am highly delighted to share insights on this conference team developing the national big data ecosystem to support monetary policy effectiveness in Nigeria. By the way, the invitation to the Deputy Governor was to make a keynote address on this team. I'm saying that because the program director will soon ask me to round up, but I tried to skip a lot of things so as to minimize the time that I'll be spending here. As you're all aware, we are in an era where data is often described as the new oil, and Nigeria is a country, stands at a pivotal juncture in our quest for national development through strategic and bold reforms to reposition the economy. Like many emerging economies, our nation continues to contend with unanticipated fluctuations in inflation, exchange rate, and growth patterns, while still exposed to global shocks and the ripple effect of geopolitical tensions. Effective monetary policy is a linchpin for economic stability, and big data, supported with insightful analytics, offer transformative potential for enhancing monetary policy response and effectiveness in Nigeria. Now, the question is, what exactly do we mean by the national big data ecosystem? At its core, it encompasses the national data infrastructure, including frameworks, policies, collaborations, people, and technologies that enable the collection, storage, analysis, and utilization of vast data, diverse data sets in real time and offline. The big data infrastructure in the ecosystem must also integrate traditional administrative and survey data sources with innovative streams such as dynamic data from daily activities of citizens, including transactions logs, social media sentiments, satellite imagery, and the likes, which when analyzed will provide granular, timely, concise, and almost precise insights that will support effective policymaking in Nigeria. As we invest and build a robust digital economy, the national big data ecosystem continues to expand and requires expertise in turning these strategic national assets into valuable use for our citizens. For us at the Central Bank of Nigeria, big data and data analytics is no longer a futuristic concept, but a practical tool that we have adopted. This is already impacting our policy decisions. For instance, let me mention our inflation forecasting process, an important cornerstone is crucial to the attainment of our mandate of maintaining price stability. In the past, we relied solely on traditional models, which are based on lagged indicators such as consumer price indices and money supply. However, By incorporating unconventional models with big data that runs on machine learning algorithms, we have been able to track economic sentiments and that influence inflation expectations dynamics in real times. This process has produced better economic forecasts. In addition, the economic, monetary, and fiscal policy uncertainty indices produced by the bank leverage artificial intelligence tools like natural language processing models. These indices provide early warning signals and measurable insights into risks, enabling the bank to adjust its policy stance, strengthen credibility, and enhance policy effectiveness. Beyond forecasting, big data and data analytics have bolstered our communication strategy, which is essential for evaluating our policy transmission. Our communications team utilizes text mining analytics to analyze monetary policy communiques and public sentiments to enhance the bank's communication strategy. The output of the analysis over time reveals trends in readability and sentiments around the MPC decisions. Thus, by leveraging these insights, we have been able to refine our communication approach and announcements to clearer and more positive communications that reduce policy uncertainty, influences market behavior, and anchor expectations. This has helped to significantly foster trust and ensure stability. The benefits of adopting big data and advanced analytics extend to broader monetary policy effectiveness. Real-time data analytics allow us to monitor foreign exchange flows and utilization, as well as assess the impact of policy interventions. Another important benefit is analyzing high-frequency economic indicators for real-time nowcasting of economic activities. The CBN. We are working towards achieving this as part of our big data and analytic strategic initiatives. Now, in conclusion, developing Nigeria's big data ecosystem is imperative for reinforcing policy effectiveness. It demands collective action from policymakers, statisticians, data scientists, and innovators. It is important that we commit to leveraging data as a strategic asset, one that enhances operational efficiency and effectiveness, sharpens strategic decision making, and fuels business growth. By unlocking the true potential for big data, we can drive innovation, identify risks, enhance operational efficiency, and ultimately contribute to a stronger, more prosperous Nigeria. Let us therefore seize this opportunity to build a data-driven future that propels our nation forward to support sustainable growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and overall economic development. Thank you so very much for your kind attention.
Let us appreciate the rep of the Deputy CBN Governor once more, Dr. Moses Opanashi, Director of Statistics Department of the bank. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a common denominator amongst all keynote speakers. So far, so good. I think we also want to plead that time will not permit all of us to continue in that way, but I've been directed by Mr. President to invite one of our own, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Education, Dr. Alausa CON, who is ably represented here by the Director of Research Policy and Statistics, Mr. Matthew Ungajuzo. I find it difficult to pronounce the name often. So let's put our hands together for him, please. And as soon as we are done with that, we'll now move on to the big elephant in the room. So if we can in 3 minutes, that will be highly appreciated, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, this is Goodwill message by Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Marif Alausa, who is supposed to be here, but he couldn't make it because of another assignment, not even in the system. He asked me to represent him. Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Uboruwere, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government, Dr. Kingsley Emo. Other protocol duly observed as already established. In view of time, it is with profound joy and a deep sense of national pride that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Cison for correcting this pivotal second international conference of the Chartered Institute of Nigeria Statisticians, which is actually leveraging on big data analytics in Nigeria and of course data ecosystem in an area for education where data is lifeblood of progress. This conference comes at a great time as we grapple with economic challenges and global uncertainties. Big data analytics offers transformative tools to unlock prosperity. For us in education, this means harnessing statistical methodologies to inform policies, optimize resource allocation, and personalize learning experience. Imagine leveraging predictive analytics to identify at-risk students early enough, or using ecosystem-wide data to refine curricula that align with 21st century job makers. Under the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu renewed hope agenda, my administration is spearheading bold reforms to reposition education as a cornerstone for national development. We have overhauled the national curriculum set to roll out in the 2025-2026 academic year, emphasizing skills like critical thinking, digital literacy, and STEM proficiency to foster inclusive growth. Our newly inaugurated National EdTech Strategy is revolutionizing teacher training and digital competencies, ensuring every child, regardless of location, accesses quality education. Through public-private partnerships and a revamped technical education framework, we aim to alleviate Nigeria's literacy rate from 62% to 80%, equipping our workforce for the digital economy. Cison's role in this journey is indispensable. Your expertise in statistical innovation can supercharge these reforms, providing evidence-based insight for equitable resource distribution and performance tracking. I urge deeper collaboration. Let us cooperate and co-create data platforms that monitor educational outcomes in real time, turning raw data into actionable prosperity. As we convene this hybrid
splendor here in Asaba, let a conference ignite partnerships and go beyond these walls. Together with unwavering commitment, we shall build a Nigeria where data analytics illuminates paths to shared prosperity. And on this, I want to congratulate Cison once again for really organizing this. I'm thanking God for making it possible that everything has been moving fine. Thank you, and God bless you. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please let us appreciate the rep of the Honorable Minister for Education once more. Thank you, Director. God bless you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a very important aspect of the ceremony. He came to government about a decade or more ago when we knew him. He's a successful banker. He left the banking industry and he went into private business. A very successful person in the private sector. When it comes to academic, he has excelled. I don't think of any good institution in this world, from Harvard to Oxford, just name it. He has attended several courses, but he does not show it. In spite of all his experience, the resources he's having, he's very calm, humble. And when he works, he carried out his assignment with due diligence, precision, and intellect. One of the most successful and sound businessmen we've had, a technocrat. I don't want to look at his political side. He's very successful. Was appointed a commissioner in the Ministry of Economic Planning at the time, commissioner in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He became chief economic advisor to the immediate past governor of our state, and to the glory of God, we say with all confidence, the best secretary to state government anywhere in Nigeria. Let's make welcome His Excellency, Right Honorable Eda Sheriff Oborewori, ably represented by the Secretary to the Delta State Government, Dr. Kingsley Eze. May we rise to welcome His Excellency as he comes to deliver his address and to declare this conference open. Your Excellency, sir, as he's stepping up, you can see that he's the tallest amongst all of us who are here. If you doubt it, you can see. There's going to be a presentation of awards. So as soon as he's done with his speech, he will do that. Thank you, Your Excellency. Welcome, sir.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you. Representative of the Honorable Minister of Education, Matthew Ngajozo, representative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, Dr. Moses Akwanachi, representative of African Development Bank, Ms. Ivy Adidi, Program Coordinator, Statistics Department, Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Adeyemi Adeniro, representative of the MPC Chairman, my good friend Dr. Osifo Telson, all state statistician generals, my colleague, the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning, permanent secretaries, top government functionaries, our president of Cison, Dr. G.U. Abel, and council members, participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the Governor. Up until 9:40, he was billed to be here. As the exigencies of his job will dictate, he's found himself in Abuja now. And that's the benefit of being at the center with the attendant challenges of being called up anytime on national assignments. So I am happy to be drafted to represent him here today. And I'd like to say, but before I read his speech verbatim, because I've been a participant observer here in the last 1 hour, I've also made some observations. Please permit me to express myself, because after his speech, it will be sacrilegious to say anything further. That will be a breach of protocol. Let me first of all congratulate Cison, the birth of Cison, and the second anniversary. I've seen the activism with which Mr. President spoke, and I pray that that activism will be translated into a development of manpower, capacity building, and in driving big data for analytics, because data is fundamental in everything. Let me commend the Statistician General for what's obviously not a goodwill message, but a major address to this August occasion. I have indeed pleaded with him to make sure everybody gets a copy of his presentation, including myself, because we need that to guide our activities. I'd like to thank you for the reassurances that you have made here today on data, big data, unadulterated data, unpoliticized data, and the need for collaboration by the ecosystem. God bless you. Let me also remind us, which I know you know, that the failure of some previous development plan have been centrally due to the failure of either weak, poor, unavailable data. That is the root cause of practically every failed project in this country. Government businesses are conducted through the vehicle of policies. If you don't have the right data from conception to delivery, you have failed. So we plead with you, if Delta State is consistently funding this, supporting this process, it means we are committed to the use of data. And I dare say, by the time you listen to the governor's speech, you will see that for all development plans, poverty, all of the types of mappings you think we want to do in this country, we do them, we are up to date. We run on data here in all our presentations. And indeed, only recently I spoke to the director of statistics, and I said to her, I needed to have the data for 2022. She said, we are still working with the Office of the Solicitor General on the new rebased position. I think she sent a message to me yesterday to say we have it. Congratulations. So permit me now to go straight to His Excellency's presentation. It gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to Delta State for the second annual International Conference of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, Cison. I congratulate the Institute for sustaining this important platform for dialogue on the role of data and analytics in shaping Nigerians' development trajectory. The theme of this year's conference, Big Data and Analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem for enhanced national prosperity, is timely and forward-looking. Indeed, as we transit into an era where knowledge, information, and technology drive economic growth, the imperative of a robust and integrated national data ecosystem cannot be overemphasized. I understand the activities for this year's annual conference had already commenced with the pre-conference workshop, which held on the 2nd to the 23rd September 2025
at the Unity Hall Government House, Asaba. I hope you found the state welcoming and hospitable. I trust that your activities will be productive and fulfilling. As you are aware, your collective work shapes just not your field, but the entire world. The power of statistics is limitless, turning raw information into actionable knowledge. On behalf of the good people of Delta State, I want to thank the President, Dr. Ebo Godde, and the council members of Cison for choosing to host this conference in Delta State. I am particularly interested in this conference, not just as the governor of Delta State, but as the individual interested in making decisions based on evidence, leveraging on data gathered from different sectors of the economy. This conference is therefore a clarion call for developing a national data ecosystem, including the establishment of a robust data infrastructure. It is also important that a data-driven culture is fostered and digitally with the global best practice. The theme for this conference, Big Data and Analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem for enhanced national prosperity, further emphasizes the role of data in national development. We require evidence-based data for decision-making and policy formulation in all sectors of the economy. Every government with a positive vision must rely on data for planning its economy. Today, we live in the world of big data where information is generated at an astonishing rate. This presents a remarkable opportunity to uncover deep truths, but it also demands a renewed focus on data quality, ethical practices, and clear communications. Let me congratulate you on your successful transition from the National Statistics Association to the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, Cison. This achievement underscores the need to professionalize the practice of statistics in Nigeria, promote the development of statistical theories and practice, and produce high-quality data for evidence-based decision-making. The government of Delta State relies on data for the planning and development of all the sectors of the economy. It is the fundamental principle that guides our every action. We recognize the significance of robust, reliable, and high-quality statistics as the bedrock of sound government policies. We rely on data to understand the needs of our citizens and residents for the effective and efficient allocation of resources and to monitor the progress of developmental initiatives. In demonstrating the significance of the statistics to decision-making, my administration in the last 1 year has supported the Central Office of Research and Statistics with funds to undertake and publish statistical surveys, including but not limited to Delta State Market Calendar 2025, Delta State Statistical Yearbook 2024, Delta State Road Traffic Survey 2024, Delta State GDP 2021 and 2022, Delta State Poverty Mapping 2025, Delta State 2023 and 2024 GDP. I thought that's it. Development strides currently witnessed across the states will have been impossible without the data mined from statistical surveys. These surveys are critical to the allocation of resources and placement of critical infrastructure in the states. Development planning and economic policies are dependent on reliable data from the Central Office of Statistics in the states. The more agenda of my administration, designed to bring the dividends of democracy to all nook and cranny of the states, was articulated based on statistics and data derived from a needs analysis carried out. Throughout the data provided from the poverty mapping and the social register, my administration, through the data community action and resilience, DCARES, has provided support for over 300,000 poor. Your deliberations will help create prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Your work as statisticians is no longer limited to compiling tables and generating reports. Today's statistician must, one, embrace innovative techniques like big data analytics and machine learning, help policymakers navigate complex and uncertain landscapes, address the challenges of data governance and privacy in an increasing digital world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the true promise of big data lies not in the sheer volume of the numbers collected, but in our capacity to transform those numbers into actionable knowledge that drives policy, shapes markets, and improves lives. For Nigeria, building a national data ecosystem requires more than isolated efforts. It demands seamless integration between federal and state level data systems. The mainstreaming of private sector innovation into official statistics and the adoption of global best practice in data governance. By doing so, we not only strengthen evidence-based policymaking, but also create an enabling environment that attracts foreign investment, fuels innovation, and enhances our nation's global competitiveness. It is for this reason that conferences such as this are so important. By bringing together statisticians, policymakers, academics, and private sector leaders, this platform serves as an incubator of ideas and a catalyst for collaboration. I am therefore confident that the conversations here will not only enrich the discipline of statistics in Nigeria, but also chart practical pathways for building a resilient and inclusive data ecosystem that underpins national prosperity. I commend the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria for providing leadership in advancing professional excellence and national development through data. Delta State is honored to host this conference and proud to contribute to the discussion on how data and analytics can transform Nigeria's destiny. Rest assured that Delta State is a statisticians-friendly state. In November 2024, we successfully hosted the second biannual meeting of the National Consultative Committee on Statistics was successfully. We have also sustained collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Budget and Planning and the National Bureau for Statistics. Whilst wishing you all a very fruitful deliberation, it is indeed my pleasure to declare the International Conference open to the glory of God Almighty and for the good of human. God bless Delta State. God bless Nigeria. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we can do better than that for His Excellency. Your Excellency, we want to plead with you, sir. Cison, they have a presentation to give to you. And please, the SG, Secretary General, I think, can join them. Please, and there's one other person, the registrar. Where is he? Please, let's make it fast. His Excellency is leaving immediately. Then for those of you who join him, the group photograph, we'll have that photo session briefly here. Mr. President, who is doing the presentation? Step forward. The SG is doing it to the governor. So, who will the registrar? So he's presenting to the SG.
Yeah, to the center.
Bring him up now. Bring the person up. Please, Deputy Governor Rep, please come over. As soon as we're done with His Excellency, then they will have a group photograph. Kadapo, bring the other microphone.
Your Excellency, sir, on behalf of the President and Council members of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, we present this to you for your contribution. Thank you.
Put your hands together for that wonderful presentation. Next is the Deputy Governor Rep. Of course, they will do that. Who's in that presentation? Where's Dr. Kingsley Umba? I thought you would join him here so that this will be fast. Please come. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Put your hands together. It's been decorated. His Excellency has been decorated with Cison's muffler. That is the beauty of it. Okay. Go ahead. As you, sir. The second one. Just step forward, Dr. Moses. Join the. Give the mic. Is the mic with you there?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
On behalf of the President and council members of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, we present this to the Deputy Governor, Central Bank.
Thank you. Congratulations. The next one is for the SG.
Hello, all council members. Please are invited again. We want to present to the Secretary General of the Federation, please. SG, sir.
His Excellency is waiting. Remember that, please.
Yes, I know.
So please.
SG, sir, we thank you for your innovative ideas. We thank you for the methodological innovation, for data transparency, and you have brought to bear in the Nigerian statistical system. We, on behalf of council, congratulate you and use it to tell you that we love you, but God loves you most. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now let's have that photo session.
Okay, the three recipients as the awardee, we want the three of them to have a snapshot. Yeah, let the three of them take it. Yeah, yes, please, Your Excellency, sir. Yeah, Your Excellency, sir. Yeah, please, put it on them. The registrar, go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, 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 thank you. No, I want the three of them alone to snap. Then before we join them, and that's all. The three of them alone. Let Your Excellency and the Deputy Governor and the SG, three of them alone. Then all of us will start. Oh, the Commissioner, you are welcome, sir.
Honorable Commissioner, I think
Yeah.
you will join them now.
Yes, you will join them now. Okay.
Please make a way for the Honorable
Please,
Commissioner.
make the Honorable
Please,
Commissioner to
please.
join them, please. Yeah. Yes, only three of them with the Honorable Commissioner, please. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Take your mic. Please, let's put our hands together for His Excellency and his team as they leave. Because of time. That is the thing. Hope it's not just a step away from there. Just hope it's not stepping away. Go back to the seat. Hope it's not going away. Go back. No. Normally after his speech, he's going already. I thought as much. This was why I was asking President so that we can make us to say the vote of man before making a speech. Well, so far so good. No. Start already. So what do you need? I think when the Honorable Commissioner comes back, because they're seeing come on. The Honorable commissioner will have to convey the message to him. When I just saying it. Let him come back. Let him come back. Yeah. So you cannot be talking to him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that 3 things we'll do quickly. Now that His Excellency is gone, first we are going to take the vote of thanks. The SG is already here. Maybe the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning will join him. They'll do that after the vote of thanks. I'm told that we're supposed to go for lunch. So we'll take the lunch break. And as soon as we are done with the lunch break, we're coming back here. The plenary will start immediately. Or I don't know, we can do it the other way. If we want to just go on straight on with the plenary, then maybe thereafter we'll go for, I don't know. No, some persons, we came here 7 a.m. They didn't take breakfast. So that let's not forget that. And I don't leave her stay, then make old man till they cry hunger. You don't take when I come out house. And then they till they cry hunger. So if you want us to go to the plenary will take about from now to 3:15 p.m. So you can imagine, yeah, that is what it means. So you must have idea about it. So if you are going to do that for those who came by 7 a.m., 8 o'clock, then to be oppressive for them. Some came by 9, 10. They had their breakfast. So it's up to us. But I think if we can have it, the lunch break for 20 minutes or so, it will be better so that we can be focused and we can concentrate. I'm only making an appeal so that it will not drag on and on and on and on. Because the hungry man, they say, is an angry man, and an angry person is an irresponsible person. We don't want that to happen here. Like I said, as soon as the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning steps in, he has seen off His Excellency, Governor. Please, Professor Julian in Bebu, Prof. You know, we have a lot of them. I thought when I saw the name, Julian, I thought it was going to be a female, but this is also good. Yeah, a man, yeah. No wahala. Prof, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. I will not want to take your time. It's going to be very brief. On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, I humbly wish to express our profound gratitude and thanks to His Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff F.O. Oboroweri, the Executive Governor of Delta State, heavily represented here by Dr. Kingsley Emu, Secretary to the Delta State. We are very grateful that we are being here for the second international conference. When we sent in our letter to the governor, he did not hesitate to give express approval for this conference. And we do know that if we come back next year, he will gladly accept to host another conference. Put your hands together for His Excellency. And we also want to extend our thanks to the Honorable Minister of Education, represented here by Mr. Matthew Ogajuzo. And we have the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the Senator of the Republic of Nigeria, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, and Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Broson Tijani. And we also want to thank the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor, Mr. Olayemi Kaduso, being represented here by, though the Deputy Governor is supposed to be here, but he's not here, but Dr. Moses Okwaraji came to represent the Central Bank. We thank you. And our own Statistician General of the Federation, Sir, we thank you. Prince Adeyemi Adenero, we thank you. We thank you so much. The Cison is thanking you. And the Honorable Commissioner of Economic Planning, who has been around, making sure that Cison Conference is a success. Honorable Commissioner, we thank you. Cison is thanking you. And we have Professor Ngozi Eunice Ebuna. She's here present. We thank you also. And we have the special guests, the guest speakers that are here. I won't be able to mention all their names because of time, but we are thanking you. And we thank all the members that are here. And the council, we say thank you for coming. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Are you sure you are clapping for a professor? If you want to clap for a professor, you clap very well. Oh. You know, when two professors meet, they prophesy. And we have a lot of them in the hall. Now, I have been directed to inform us that we'll go straight to plenary. I will have the privilege to invite those who will be at the plenary session, of course, that the imperatives for building the big data ecosystem in Nigeria. We have Dr. Tunde Omotosho, AIB, ably represented by Ms. Ivie Adidi. Please come up. Put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for her. Also, we would like to invite Professor Susan Konya of Uniben. Is she? As you say, I'm told that your state delegation, they would like to meet with you after plenary because we don't want the house divided. We'll have to do this first. Thereafter, they will meet with you. Now, Professor Susan, is she here? Is she here? Let her come up, please. Now, we also like to invite Dr. Neman Nduma from Tanzania. Please put your hands together for her. I appreciate her. In fact, I went through her resume now. She's an AI expert, right? Artificial intelligence. You can imagine this person is from East Africa. They've started already. I'm sure we'll have them in Nigeria. Let's appreciate her. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. She has a very rich resume. And there's one that one they call ML or something. So I'm sure we'll have a lot to learn from Tanzania. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Welcome, Doc. I think you can be here. Yeah. Thank you so very much. I'm told that Professor Susan will join us. Let me now invite. I know I have announced her name a while ago, but I don't think she was here then. Lichelle, who will now coordinate this session. Our own Professor Ngozi E. Igbunam, chairperson WTO in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for her. Let us clap. Let us clap. What a man can do, they say a woman can do better. We're making comparison with driving of a trailer. So I'm still on that topic. After this, we'll go to that experiment. I'm sure that we'll have a balance. They're just, okay, the women are in charge in this session. I'm told that Dr. Ike Madweko of the IMF will be doing his from Washington. I think that will be via the Zoom arrangement. And Prof is going to preside on this session. I can now hand over the microphone. Okay. Yes. I don't know, because of this place. Can we, Prof? You prefer there? You prefer there? The same arrangement, 3 here, 3 there. The podium. The podium, we'll take it back. Okay, so that you can use the podium for your presentation. So, okay, I now hand over to Prof to moderate. Prof, ma.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm standing on existing and established protocol that we've had this morning, but I want to single out the Statistician General of Nigeria to say good afternoon, sir. The Governor of the Central Bank, Deputy Governor of Central Bank, ably represented, and the great Deltans who are here. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Members of Cison, I welcome you to this session, which is going to be on the imperatives of big data ecosystem, especially in Nigeria. I want to also especially single out the ladies who are seated here, Professor Susan and the lady representing ADB, to say to you this afternoon that we are. Is that Professor Susan? Oh, okay, welcome. Please come up. Thank you. I'm welcoming Dr. Neyman and Professor Susan, as well as the representative of Dr. Motosho, Ivie, to this session. Let me just give an opener that it's an absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon, and to also acknowledge the president of Cison and members of Cison. Just 1 minute. Sorry for the break in transmission. So, like I was saying, that I want to thank the president and chairman of the organizing committee of this beautiful conference. It's not every day that you have the opportunity to do this, so I must acknowledge that. And then to say that this morning it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this session on imperatives for building the big data ecosystem in Nigeria. We live in a world where data is described, you've heard it several times this morning, as the new oil. But unlike oil, its value grows when it is shared, analyzed, applied, and it is interoperable. That's what the SG told us this morning. The Statistician General told us about the interoperability of data. It's very important. And for Nigeria, building a strong big data ecosystem is not just a tech conversation, it's also an economic and developmental operative. And it's very, very imperative at this time in our developmental calendar. And so, without wasting more time, I will call on the speakers. This is incidentally a ladies' session with the only gentleman joining us online at the end of their presentation. So, ladies, we will take 10 minutes each to make a presentation, and then we will take it from there. Thank you so much. Let's start with Dr. Nima. No, Sivi. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would first like to extend my apologies on behalf of my director, Dr. Omotosho, who is unavoidably absent, and he would have loved to be here today. But I do have the honor of being here in his stead, and I'm very happy to be here in my home state. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, representatives of national statistical offices, international organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector. Allow me to stand on all existing protocols. It is a privilege to address this assembly on the subject of national big data ecosystems. I have a presentation. I don't know if it is up.
While it's coming up, let me also state that we'll be examining the key building blocks or imperatives that Nigeria must prioritize: policy and regulation, digital infrastructure, talent development, private public collaboration, and of course, data governance and trust. These are the goals that we set to achieve at the end of this discussion. And our goal is to explore not just the challenges, but also the pathway to making big data a driver of inclusive growth. It's important that I underscore this at this moment so that you would enjoy the presentation from the four speakers. Thank you.
Okay, well, if the presentation is not available, I can just go ahead. All right. Once again, it is my privilege to address this assembly on the subject of national big data ecosystems. And today I will be sharing our experience from selected countries, working with selected countries as the African Development Bank. Big data ecosystems hold strategic importance to Africa's development trajectory. The effective use of data, traditional and emerging, has become a core pillar of governance, economic planning, and public service delivery. The Africa Development Bank recognizes that collaborative investments in data infrastructure, institutional capacity, and innovation are critical to building resilience, inclusive, and responsive statistical systems. Africa's data landscape is undergoing a profound transformation, driven by a growing demand for quality, timely, and disaggregated data. This shift is further fueled by increasing interest in non traditional data sources, which are believed to offer new possibilities for understanding complex development challenges. Governments, development partners, and civil society are recognizing that robust data systems are essential for evidence based policymaking, resource allocation, and monitoring progress towards national, regional, and global goals. Over the past decade, over the past decade, Africa has made remarkable strides in strengthening its data systems. This progress is visible from the scores in the 2024 to 25 Open Data Inventory, which assesses the quality of national statistical systems based on two key dimensions: openness and coverage. Openness measures how accessible and usable the data is. Okay. So, openness measures how accessible and usable the data is, focusing on formats, metadata, downloading options, and licensing. Africa recorded the largest regional improvement globally. Next slide, please. With a 23% increase in average open data scores compared to the 2022 round. Next slide. All right. Partly due to the, can you go back one, please? To the graph. Okay. Partly due to the targeted technical and financial support received from the AFDB in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, 10 countries now score above 60 out of 100 on Odin's index, which is a remarkable increase from just 2 countries in the previous years. Among the top performers, Morocco scored 77.3, Burkina Faso scored 76.8, and Senegal scored 75.3, all of whom have emerged as leaders in data transparency, ranking among the top 35 countries globally. Beyond openness, the Odin report also assesses coverage, which evaluates the availability, completeness, and disaggregation of data across 22 statistical categories, including social, economic, and environmental statistics. On this measure as well, Africa has shown notable gains in the coverage of economic and environmental statistics, reflecting increased investments and stronger institutional support. However, Next slide, please. Social statistics continue to lag behind, as many of them rely heavily on traditional data sources such as household surveys and population and household censuses. Next slide. Despite these advancements, substantial challenges persist across the data landscape, particularly in terms of data coverage, availability, and quality. A 2024 disparities and adjust strategies to meet development targets effectively. Next slide. At the same time, Africa is experiencing exponential growth in digital data generation, presenting new opportunities to complement traditional data sources. According to GSMA, as of 2023, over 500 million Africans are internet users, and mobile phone penetration exceeds 85%. These trends are generating vast amounts of digital data, including telecom records, financial transactions, satellite imagery, and social media activity. Such data resources offer real-time insights and granular information that can enhance the timeliness and relevance of official statistics, particularly in areas where traditional data collection is infrequent or costly. Integrating alternative data into national statistical systems remains a complex and multifaceted challenge. Much of this data lies outside official channels, often with private entities or dispersed across institutional silos, making access and standardization difficult. To unlock the full potential of these rich data sources, deliberate and coordinated efforts are needed to transform them into shared national assets that advance the public good. These efforts should be driven by a clear vision to build robust and inclusive national big data ecosystems that are both effective and sustainable. Next slide. So, why build a national big data ecosystem? Next. Building a robust national big data ecosystem is not just a technological ambition, but it is a strategic imperative. Such an ecosystem provides environmental degradation and financial inclusion. For example, mobile phone data has been used to track population movements during crises, helping governments respond more effectively. Next slide. Similarly, satellite imagery has enabled real-time monitoring of agricultural yields and urban growth, offering insights that were previously unavailable. Importantly, big data should not be seen as a replacement for official statistics, but rather a powerful complement. Integrating both traditional and non-traditional data can foster interoperability and significantly enhance the relevance, timeliness, and coverage of national statistics. When properly integrated, it enables more agile policymaking and contributes to better development outcomes. A national big data ecosystem makes this integration possible. It ensures that new data sources are accessed securely, analyzed responsibly, and used effectively to inform national planning while upholding the principles of privacy, sovereignty, and ethics. In Africa, promising sources of big data include mobile network operators, digital financial service providers, satellite platforms, and administrative systems such as tax records, health surveillance, and education management information systems. Another key benefit of big data ecosystems is that they help to unify both data producers and data users, thus increasing the relevance of the work being done within the NSS. We must remember that the data we produce is not and should not only be used by statisticians, but should rather cater for a wide range of users, such as the governments, academia, and the private sector. The production and availability of more relevant and timely data through the use of big data can also lead to increase in funding for statistics. Hence, the collaboration and increased communication that results from these ecosystems creates innumerable benefits for all involved. However, without strong institutional frameworks to govern access, ensure quality, and uphold ethical standards, the full potential of these data sources cannot be realized. So, what does it take to truly build an effective national big data system? There are 5 key requirements as we have gone through, sorry, 6 key requirements as we have gone through our work across the African continents that we have identified. We have governance, infrastructure. Please return to the governance, infrastructure, standards and interoperability, innovation capacity, partnerships, and human capital. So, governance, establishing strong legal and institutional frameworks is essential to ensure that data is collected, stored, and used in ways that respect privacy, promote security, and uphold ethical standards. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD 2024, only 12 African countries had enacted comprehensive data protection legislation by 2024. This regulatory gap poses challenges for cross border data flows, trust in digital services, and the protection of individual rights. Strengthening governance also involves creating independent data protection authorities and aligning national laws with international standards, such as the General Data Protection Regulation. Infrastructure. A resilient digital infrastructure is the backbone of any big data ecosystem. This includes high speed internet connectivity, cloud computing capabilities, and scalable data storage solutions. National platforms must be capable of handling large volumes of structured and unstructured data while ensuring interoperability across sectors. The African Development Bank has significantly aided the continent in this regard through the development of our open data platform under our flagship Africa Information Highway initiative. Under this initiative, ODPs have been provided to each African country as well as several sub-regional organizations to support data standardization and API-driven data exchange. Furthermore, the latest version of the ODP, which is called ODP 2.0, is aligned with the Statistical Data and Metadata Exchange SDMX standards, facilitating seamless integration of data from various sources and enhancing accessibility for policymakers and researchers. The AFDB is also collaborating with other regional organizations for ODP 2.0 implementation, such as the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, and the African Union Institute for Statistics, StatAfrique, thus making the ODP a truly pan-African portal. Standards and interoperability. Next slide. The adoption of common data standards is crucial for integrating diverse data sets, including administrative, geospatial, and alternative data sources, such as mobile phone records and satellite imagery. SDMX, a global standard for exchanging statistical data and metadata, remains underutilized across many African countries. Limited adoption hinders the ability to harmonize data and leverage it for regional and continental initiatives. Promoting SDMX implementation is a strategic priority for organizations like AFDB and UNECA as it enables more efficient data sharing and analysis. Next slide. Innovation capacity. Fostering innovation in data analytics requires dedicated spaces and programs that encourage experimentation with emerging technologies. Okay, there's a lot to say here. So I am going to move on to the section of country case studies and lessons learned, please. So as I said, the AFDB has been working with several countries across the continent when it comes to big data and building big data ecosystems. So let me share a few country level experiences. In Rwanda, next slide, please. Next slide. In Rwanda, big data technologies were used to model health accessibility in Kigali. Through distance algorithms and geospatial mapping, underserved populations were identified, guiding strategic investments in healthcare infrastructure. Similarly, in the Nyagatare district, geospatial analysis revealed gaps in education access, leading to targeted recommendations for school infrastructure. Next slide. In Tunisia, they applied big data and analytics to assess pediatric health accessibility. The insights generated from geospatial mapping and accessibility modeling directly informed national health policies and service delivery strategies. Next. Burkina Faso, Burundi, and Mali created vaccination dashboards powered by big data, which enabled authorities to monitor coverage, identify gaps, and make data driven decisions to improve health outcomes. Burkina Faso also leveraged the NASA's or NASA's VIRS nighttime lights data to map disparities in electrification across 351 communities as innovative approach to infrastructure planning. Across multiple countries, connectivity analyses have also been done using Ookla broadband data with metas and settlement maps. In Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Tunisia, Senegal, Zambia, Botswana, and Cameroon, data ecosystem diagnostics were conducted to assess institutional readiness and guide screen froze, and guide establishments of data innovation labs using the AFDB's maturity model. So now I will skip to the recommendations for Nigeria. Going, please. Okay. So to wrap up, in the case of Nigeria, the AFDB has been able to further identify some recommendations that will positively affect the establishment of a solid big data ecosystem. Firstly, increased collaboration between the various actors within the NSS is imperative. Connectivity between institutions is still very low within the NSS. Therefore, NBS cannot effectively play its role as a data steward. Progress is still needed in data exchange between data producers to make it faster and more secured, potentially through shared and interactive platforms. It is also important that data exchange is comprehensive, covering different aspects of the economy. This would require the NBS to partner and synergize with other members of the NSS, as well as the private sector, which houses a massive amount of big data in a more collaborative way. Secondly, more investment in infrastructure would make significant impact of the effectiveness and relevance of Nigeria's data ecosystem. Despite the financial implications that are associated with the word investment, this does not have to be a daunting task. For example, the purchase of a small number of high capacity laptops and extra storage in the key agencies within the NSS, such as the NBS, CBN, Ministry of Finance, and NPC, would allow data producers to better harness and analyze large volumes of data from non traditional sources. Sorry for taking your time. I'm going to stop there as I know we are pressed for time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Ivie. We appreciate that. Um, a quick question which you would answer later on is that I observed that the paper mentioned the Odin score and index, but Nigeria was not highlighted there. Is it that the Odin score does not include Nigeria, or you're working on it? It's after all the presentations will ask questions. But thank you so much for the very, very clear recommendations, collaboration, infrastructure investment, and so on. We thank you. Please give her a round of applause. I understand that Dr. Ike Madako is online. If he's online, please can you put him through so that we hear what he has to say? He's a senior data scientist with over 15 years experience working on all forms of data, and some of his past projects include developing advanced and innovative ML and AI models for GDP forecasting, climate change and fiscal and transitional risks, global census of structures, etc. He is also involved in geospatial artificial intelligence, knowledge graph, and cognitive computing, as well as data analysis for agriculture and humanitarian services. Please put him on so that he will talk to us about tracking the economy from the space using big data to shed light on economic activities. Dr. Madako, you have the stage now. Welcome. Can you hear us, Dr. Madako?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. I hope I'm not going to hurry you. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna make it quick, since I have only 10 minutes. So my name is Ike. Maduako, like you already mentioned, I'm a data scientist at the IMFP Data Center. So essentially, the topic I want to present, I target tracking the economy from space. So essentially, I want to talk about how we are leveraging big data, and I'm very happy that the last presenter talked a lot about big data. Um, how we are leveraging big data to shed light on economic activity across different countries and different economy. And I'm going to be making some examples of Nigeria in this presentation. Um, so the objective of my presentation is threefold. One is I want to showcase how how we are leveraging satellite imagery and other alternative indicators to shed timely insights on economic activity, and I want you to underline timely. So being able to do this, at tremendous speed and scale, and how this some of these indicators that we derive from the satellites are helping us to forecast now forecast across different countries at scale, and how this also helps us to even benchmark official data, official statistics that we get from some of you. So quickly, I want us to be on the same page when we talk about big data. What is big data really? I know the last presenter also mentioned that for us, big data are new data sources essentially. Different from what we are used to from survey-based methods of data collection, which has a lot of limitations. And so we use the three V's. This is a type of data that comes in large volume and size, with variety and also with velocity. So this type of data, we can give some examples like satellite imagery data, vessel data, social media data, social networks, search volume on search engines, and so on. And broadly speaking, it can include both administrative data, can include other digital traces like VAT data, scanner data, um, corporate tax data, custom data. So this type of data that we get from digital traces of the economy is what we refer to as big data. So essentially, based on the fact that every economic activity actually leaves digital footprints or digital traces. So based on these, like the cartoon you're seeing there, we use to they kind of showcase different types of data that we use within the IMF Big Data Center to shed light on economic activity, light imagery. You can talk about mobile data. We can talk about social media data like LinkedIn posts and about hospitality data, even data from maritime vessels. So so in a nutshell, these are the things, these are the type of data that we refer to as big data, and I'll be talking a whole lot about satellite data in this presentation. Well, let's talk about the advantages that this type of bring to macroeconomic statistics. So we have these three taglines. This type of data brings speed, scale, and scope. So with big data, we can actually shed timely insights into economic activity at unprecedented scale. We can do that at global scale. We can do that at regional scale. We can do that at national scale, or even subnational scales. And it also gives us scope to be able to run different analytics, different types of generate different types of insights from a piece of data. And so these are the major advantages of leveraging big data for macroeconomic statistics. And so the availability of this type of data that comes um, uh, in high velocity is actually right now revolutionizing how policymakers are making decisions in especially in this increasingly complex, uncertain, and fast evolving world. So I'm gonna streamline a little bit and light data. So essentially observing the economy from space and what that entails. So why satellite data? Why the traction? Why so much traction about satellite data? Amongst other, and there are lots of different advantages that we get from satellite data. One is high frequency. High frequency is very important for us to be able to shed timely insight on the economy. But more importantly, is global coverage. Yeah, data, there is always the problem of there's this type of this data is more prevalent in this part of the world and sparingly available in the other part of the world. Satellite data, because satellites are in space and collecting data, there is virtually data in every part of the world. Yeah, you can get
I'm sure we're having a technological challenge, which will be resolved very soon. Dr. Ike, can you hear us? I think I think while we're waiting for the technological glitch to be adjusted, maybe we'll take the next speaker. Maybe.
On the bottom left,
Okay,
you
he's
see
back.
that night lights, and this happens across different countries, to show very good, synchronized movement with different macros. For example, in this case, is GDP. And so nightlife for us is a very good indicator that we leverage a whole lot. Another satellite indicator that helps us to shed light on economic activity is nitrogen dioxide, NO2. And this is essentially looking at the manufacturing industry and the human activity sector like vehicles and so on. So essentially, this is slight measurement of air pollution, at the troposphere. So with this type of data, we are able to, capture at least the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector of the economy. And, many studies have shown that NO2 is a very indicator, especially at a global level. If what NO2 captures the global cyclical movement of the economy more better than night lights. So even in Nigeria, if you look at the graph, you see that there is some synchronized movement between NO2 series and the GDP. And so for us, NO2 will indicate, and this is driven from the satellite. Um, Another important indicator, looking at the agricultural sector, to capture the agricultural sector at scale and speed, we look at vegetation indices. We have what we call normalized different vegetation index and the enhanced vegetation index (EVI), which are essentially proxies for agriculture. They are a reflection of crop health and vegetation health. So we use this a whole lot to capture, and also this also for the agricultural sector we have other indicators like agricultural stress index. We have vegetation health index. We also look at precipitation, aerosol, liquid depth. Also, if you want to be able to as well capture the tourism sector using non-traditional indicator. We use called the Google Trend Index, which GTI tourism. And we're gonna see too much about the deeper. Um, the economy or now forecast the GDP is the ability of these indicators to be able to capture dynamics in the economy or capture human activity dynamics. So if, for example, if you look at the maps on the screen, if you look at this is the average nightlight map in 2018 and 2021, and you can compute the percentage change. And when you compare the percentage change between these 2 years and compared to that of 2021 and 2024, I think you'll be able to see, the dynamics. You essentially what you see here is changes in economic footprints and here reflection of some decline in the economy or a reflection of so many things happening in the economy. And that's the way to when we plug it in our models, it helps a whole lot to predict the direction of the economy. Similar thing you see in when you try to compute this for NO2 as well. You see notable reduction in NO2 emissions, and which could lead to reduction in industrial activities and different locations. For us, even for you as economists or statisticians and data scientists, what is when we see something like this on the screen, this strong positive correlation between alternative indicators, this broad and the GDP, it's very reassuring because in correlation, you can plug these indicators into different models and get very reasonable results. So what I'm trying to show here is, most of these satellite indicators that are using actually have very strong correlation, GDP, and that's very important for us in building a model. And you can for benchmarking, for doing quality control analysis, you can plot the series together, and when you see this type of co-synchronized movement between these two series, that's also very reassuring, and that's you to be able to benchmark officials of many in many different cases. So in a nutshell, what we've done, what we've developed at the IMF Big Data Center is what we call a scalable GDP nowcasting framework. It's essentially based on integrating both traditional and non-traditional indicators. I heard the last presenter talk about that. And with this, plugging this with AI and machine learning models, we've been able to accurately predict and nowcast different GDPs, different economies at a very unprecedented accuracy, and Nigeria is also one of them. Um, so what we've built is what we call the Now Hub. In our Now Hub, we have over 50 countries that we're able to now cast their GDP in real time, and using different indicators, both traditional and non-traditional indicators, and this is very very helpful to us. This is particularly very important for policymakers to be able to because, for example, I don't know if the second quarter GDP for Nigeria is officially
Dr.
out,
Ike,
but since
hello.
July, we already
Hello, Dr. Ike.
now casted what the GDP will look like and the
Dr.
direction it
Ike, you
will
have
take.
2 minutes to round up.
And this is very helpful for us because we want to be able to make decisions
Dr. Ike,
around
Dr. Ike, Dr. Ike,
and
Dr.
timely.
Ike, Dr. Ike.
Yes.
You have 2 minutes to round up, please.
Yes, I'll be rounding up shortly. Thank you. So
2 minutes.
essentially what I'm trying to let me go to also, yeah. So for GDP, we've seen how we are leveraging different types of satellite indicators to shed light to be able to now cast GDP accurately. We are also making great progresses in trying to also track and estimate trade from space, leveraging what we call the AIS data. AIS data is essentially a vessel in the sea have this AIS system, and they connect to the satellite, and from the satellite we're able to get this data and build a model that will be able to now cast and estimate the global trade and even trade at different countries. And if you look at this, you'll see this is our nowcasting trade nowcasting, for China, and the correlation between the actual trade data and our estimates is very high, 0.85, and this is essentially from satellite data. And so, in a nutshell, let me conclude. The summary is that with satellite data and combined with advanced technologies like machine learning, can actually shed light on macroeconomic activity in different countries. But more importantly, very timely, before even official statistics. So satellite data is helping us to fill to fill gaps in official statistics, improve model accuracy, and so on. And this is not for one country. Right now we have over 50 countries, so the method performs very well and is very scalable across different countries, both developed economy, developing economy, and even fragile states. Um, Also, the IMF Pulse Watch data, which many of you probably are familiar with, also can be used to estimate global trade and even country level trade. This data comes every week, and you can always have access. It's open source, and this can help you to estimate, what trade will look like even before official data. And so I'm gonna stop here, and I'll be happy to take your questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ike. The Q&A will come up very soon. Without wasting much time, I just want to summarize what you said. That big data is what we capture on an everyday, every economic activity leaves digital trace. That's number one. And then why do we need satellite data? We need it because it has high frequency, global coverage, and granular as well as scalable information. And that this is very useful, especially in the agri sector. I have a question for you to ponder on while we wait for the next speaker. May I ask you how the indicators will help Nigeria to improve security situation, especially the now casted data? Thank you so much. While uh, he's doing that, let me call up Dr. Nima Nduma. She's a computer scientist, a senior lecturer at the Nelson Mandela Africa Institution of Science and Technology, and her specialization is in artificial intelligence and machine learning. She's a founder of an initiative called Bakishul, which promotes science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to girls in secondary schools in Tanzania. Dr. Nima, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Presentation, please.
Let me continue telling you about Dr. Nima. Dr. Nima also serves as a principal investigator in various projects that uses AI and ML to address challenges in agriculture, health, education, and other sectors. Additionally, she serves as a reviewer of so many scientific journals and conference papers. She's also involved in the Tanzanian Development Vision 2050, the long-term perspective plan, the 5-year development plan, the national guideline for artificial intelligence in education. She's also a UNESCO artificial intelligence and readiness assessment methodology expert, and she works on national data strategy. Please give her a round of applause. She has a very intimidating resume. Dr. Nima, just start with your introduction while they look for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Nema Mduma. I am a senior lecturer at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology in Tanzania. And I'm so happy to be here in this second international conference of Cison, which goes with the theme of big data and analytics in Nigeria, developing a national data ecosystem for enhancing national prosperity. So my presentation will base on how we can enhance agricultural productivity through data and artificial intelligence. And I will also talk a little bit about application of emerging technologies in Africa, lesson learned, and what I think we should do so as to benefit more from this responsible use of data and AI.
We've had two presentations so far. I would like to ask the audience if they have any comments, questions for the two presenters earlier on while we wait for her slides to come up. Just two people to ask two questions, sharp questions or comments, please.
Yes,
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Abubakar Febwa. My question is to Dr. Ivier from the FDB. I want to know how the AFDB is supporting Nigeria in building and developing a national data ecosystem. Because we know that in Nigeria, our data sources are not harmonized or synergized. We have been in our agencies encouraging individualization and territorialism. Everybody wants to own an empire. But like the Statistician General said in his wisdom, there is need for partnership and collaboration. The very big data organizations, the MPC, the NBS, maybe NIMC, they need to come together and they have to be supported. Okay, even people like immigration, Federal Character Commission. I did a job with them and they have a very robust data gathering department on infrastructure, national infrastructure. I want to know what the AFDB can do in terms of support to encourage these agencies to come together so that like in Europe and America, like the US Census Bureau, we can have a national centralized data ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think Dr. Nema's paper is out, so please.
Okay, thank you. So,
Dr. Nema, you still have 10 minutes.
okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I think we could all agree that agriculture plays an important role in the economy of most, if not all, African countries, right? But the sector still faces many challenges. Many farmers, particularly smallholder farmers, works very hard, but the production is significant, very low. And there are so many reasons for that. Among that is limited access to data and information. Many of our farmers are still using traditional farming methods in their day-to-day activities, including crop and disease detection and others. So this, together with other constraints, make it very hard for farmers to have good harvests. Next slide. In Africa, farmers produce less than half of their potential yield. And this is because many of the decisions, for example, when is the right time to sow seed and others, are made based on the experience and without even using data. So if we bring data and artificial intelligence, we could bridge this productivity gap. And there is a need for smarter and data-driven agriculture, particularly in Africa. Next. So why data and AI matters? This is because data help us to uncover patterns which we cannot see on our own, while artificial intelligence is there to help to use the data so as to give us insights which can help us in decision making. It could be relating to the prediction, automation, or even personalization. So data and AI making farming smarter and more productive. Next. So, what are the application of artificial intelligence we as African or Nigerian we could leverage? There are so many applications, and I'll just try to summarize a few. Artificial intelligence can be applied in crop yield detection, where AI can use images or soil data and weather to predict yield. In addition to that, we can see the application of artificial intelligence even in farm mapping, where AI-powered GPS together with other mapping tools can be used to monitor a farm so as to help to manage land. Not only that, but we as African, we can leverage the opportunity of artificial intelligence in crop damage detection, whereby images can be used to identify pests and diseases and provide early warning so as to prevent large-scale losses. Also, in recommendation system, AI can be used to analyze several factors and also to provide a recommendation based on the best farming practices. Next. So back to where I work at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I am leading 5 projects which have received the fund from different agencies, including IDRC from Canada, CEDA from Sweden, Google AI, and Grow Further from USA. And in all of these projects, what we are trying to do is to use artificial intelligence to address challenges in agriculture. I try to summarize some of these projects so as we can see how we as Nigerian, we can leverage the opportunity and address the same issue here in Nigeria. So in one of the projects funded by IDRC and CEDA through Lacuna Fund, what we are doing is to generate imagery data set for the crop disease detection. Why data set? Because we as African, we are lacking our own African data set. So we generated the data and put it in public access repository. So other researchers in this field can use the data freely. We have another project which is funded by IDRC and CEDA through African Center for Technology Study. And in this project, we are using the data which we have collected to develop deep learning solutions in agriculture. Another project which is funded by UNESCO through Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, the focus is to build capacity of AI researchers, particularly for female researchers. Why female? Because we are very few in this field and we want to empower each other so that we can bring more women in this field. In addition to that, we are developing AI solutions to help addressing diseases affecting Irish potato and common beans. Another project which we are funded by Data Science Africa, we have established the lab at our institution, which brings together researchers from different parts of the world and within the institution to present what are the challenges and opportunities so that we can help each other. And so far, more than 30 members of the lab, we are working together, having the monthly meeting to see what are the challenges and how we can help each other. And the Grow Further project, this aims to develop AI solutions to address the issue of detecting diseases affecting maize and common bean for the climate change adaptation. Next. So in all of these projects, we are divided our work into 3 phases. The first one is situational mapping, where we assess knowledge, perception, and practices on disease management. So we go to the farm in order to understand what is there on the ground and how we can bring technology on board. In addition to that, we assess artificial intelligence and machine learning technology adaptation in agriculture so as we can see how much do these farmers have knowledge on AI and how we can equip knowledge to them. In the second phase is data collection, where we collected imagery data using the ODK tool which we have developed, and then the data is cleaned, labeled, and annotated, and shared it in open access repositories for other researchers in different countries to use. And last is model development and deployment, where we test our model, we train, test, and validate, and the well-performed model is deployed in a mobile application. Next. So in all of these projects, we are engaging with different stakeholders, including the Ministry of Agriculture, who are responsible with all matters relating to agriculture within the country. So these are the ones who approve all the project activities and link us with agricultural extension officers. Next. In addition to that, we engage farmers, agricultural extension officers, and village leaders throughout the process of the project, from the situational mapping to the tool deployment. Why? Because we are doing our best to make sure that they are feeling like they are part of the process rather than not engaging them throughout the process. Next. So we also engage with research institutions, higher learning institutions within the country and outside the country. So we have been collaborated with different institutions, including Makerere AI Lab, Namibia University of Science and Technology, and Kara Agro AI in Ghana. So in all of these, we are doing our best also to include private sector in order to make sure that we bring the consortium, which is very strong, to help on addressing our project activities. Next. Okay, so far we have been able to collect more than 1 million imagery data set for maize, banana, common beans, and Irish potato. And these data are publicly accessible in different repositories, including Harvard, Zenodo, and Mendeley. So for those who will be interested, feel free to use the data set. It is online and freely. And so far, we have more than 8,000 downloads from different users within Africa and outside. Next. In addition to that, we have developed the application, which is called the Kilimo AI, for the early detection of diseases. So far, the application is detecting diseases affecting maize and common bean, and we are working on integrating the application with other model which has been developed for the detecting disease affecting banana and Irish potato. So far, more than 63,000 farmers and 56 extension officers are using the application. These are those who are from the villages which we have involved during the process of development. But once the app is ready, it will be released for all farmers within the country and even outside. Next. So we also build capacity of agriculture extension officers and farmers on how they can use technology to detect crop diseases. And also we build capacity of researchers by providing scholarship for those who want to study postgraduate for masters and PhD in order for them to be able to explore this field of artificial intelligence. And findings of this project has been disseminated in different platforms, including conferences, workshops, and forums such as Women in Machine Learning and Black in Artificial Intelligence in Canada and USA. Next. So also we have published our findings. For those who will be interested to know more about technical aspect, feel free to go online. You will find our articles. We have more than 30 articles, which we have published in reputable journals and published, including Elsevier and Nature. Next. We have also engaged in the policy formulation within and outside the country, including as a technical team member for drafting Tanzania Development Vision 2050, long-term perspective plan, and currently I'm working with the National Bureau of Statistics in Tanzania in developing a national data strategy, without forgetting other international strategies such as UNESCO Artificial Intelligence Readiness Report. Next. So what can we learn from all of this? I have noticed that based on the engagement which I have done in different projects, I have noted as we as African, we are developing a lot of AI solutions. It could be in agriculture, in health, or in other sectors. But what we can leverage more from this is that first we need to invest more in digital infrastructure that support artificial intelligence and data science. So once we do this, we need to think about even those farmers who are in the village without having electricity or internet. What kind of solution are we going to bring to them? Let us think about infrastructure that is going to support based on their environment. We as developer, we are always forgetting those from the village, and sometimes we are developing solution only for farmers in town. In addition to that, we need to train young scientists in this field of artificial intelligence and data science. And I was very happy to engage in pre-conference workshop where I saw participants where I equipped with the knowledge of machine learning and others. So we need to continue doing that, and also to train young scientists from the primary, secondary school levels so that they could be aware about artificial intelligence and how they can use this technology to address our own African challenges. In addition to that, we need to engage community in all stages of our development. So it's not all about we as scientists, we sit in the laboratory and then we come up with a solution to them. Let us engage them so that they feel like they're part of the process, even if at the end of the project, they will continue using the solution. And lastly, let us share the open data policy. Once we as Tanzanian we have collected the data sets, let us make it public so as our friend in Nigeria could use the data. And also we need to push multi-country collaborations. Let us work together, Nigerian, Kenya, Tanzanian and others, so as to come up with big major projects. Because after the end of the day, we as African, we need to solve our own challenges. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nima. Please give her another round of applause, because in less than 10 minutes, she had given us something to think about using AI to address agricultural challenges. She has projects like the Nakuna Funds, which gives a voice on data, and she gave us practical guides on how to engage farmers in data collection. And then she mentioned that they developed an app for early detection of diseases in agriculture. And finally, she said to us, share data and collaborate with others. Thank you so much, Dr. Nema. Please give her another round of applause. Thank you. At this point, I would have to invite the most distinguished Professor Susan Cohen, who is a distinguished professor in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity at the University of Benin, Edo State, where she has taught for over 20 years and was appointed a full professor in year 2020. She holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Benin and serves as a pioneer head of the Department of Data Science. Her research interests are on data engineering, AI, and cybersecurity, with over 85 published articles. She is also a fellow of the FIPMD and MSN, a member of NCS, and so many others. She's available in almost all the academic journals. Please give her a round of applause. Professor Susan, you have 10 minutes too.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, my distinguished audience. I cannot name everyone that is here. Let me stand on the existing protocol. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for having put up a very good conference. I want to also thank the council members and other distinguished guests that are here present. I'm also honored to be part of this conference. The title of my work today, or the topic, will be Artificial Intelligence and Big Data Analytics in National Security. And I'm going to be looking at Nigeria as a case study. I want to say that most often we talk about international bodies without taking into cognizance our own nation, that is Nigeria. Nigeria is faced with a lot of problems, and we need big data and artificial intelligence to be able to solve most of these problems. So this conference is coming at a very good time to be able to resolve some of these problems, and as statisticians, see how we can leverage on these tools to be able to solve problems in our national security. Now, I want to start by looking at artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Most times we talk about artificial intelligence, a lot of people just think that it is ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all of that. And when we mention the tools, we'll talk about the methods, machine learning, we talk about deep learning and all of that, a lot of us are just left, looking, because most of us don't even know how to use most of these tools and methods. Now, I want us to have a broad, maybe an understanding of what artificial intelligence is. Now, artificial intelligence is the design of systems that help us to perform tasks that normally will require human intelligence. Now, these tasks are tasks like reasoning, it can perceive, you can do predictions, you can solve problems, and also perception. Now, there are key components of artificial intelligence. We have machine learning, like we've been talking about machine learning. Now, what is machine learning? Machine learning is the development of computer systems that helps the machine to draw inferences from patterns in data. So it means that data must be gathered. You have to draw data from different sources, and that is the work of statisticians. Draw data from different sources, then we can use machine learning methods to be able to draw inferences from this data. Then we have deep learning. Deep learning is another type of machine learning that is based on artificial neural network, okay, that can extract complex patterns from data sets. We also have another component, a key component of AI, which is natural language processing. It's also an application of computational techniques that we can use to do analysis and synthesis of natural language and speech. Then we have so many, but I'm just going to give us the main, key components. For instance, we have a computer vision. Now, computer vision is another area of artificial intelligence. It enables the computers to see, to understand, and interpret visual information from digital images, videos, just like humans would do. So those are key components of AI. So all these components, they cannot work without data. So that's where big data is coming in. Now, big data analytics involves collecting, storing, and processing vast and complex amounts of data from different sources. Now, these sources are varied from your health sector, in fact, all sectors of the economy, from your health sector, from transportation, from agriculture, name it, okay? Data is being drawn from these sectors every minute, every hour, every day. So these data are vast, and you need big data analytics to be able to process these data and extract hidden patterns from this data. So the scope of big data covers both structured and unstructured information. And so it enables organizations to use evidence-based decision in real time. Okay, so that's big data. And we have the components of big data. We have the 4 V's. I can call them the 4 V's, though they are more than that, but those are the main ones. We have the volume, which is the scale of data, variety, different forms of data from these sectors we have mentioned, analysis of the data, okay, then uncertainty of data. Those are the various aspects of big data. Now, how do we combine these two, that's artificial intelligence and big data, to be able to help our national security? First of all, I would like to look at national security in its own sense. It refers to a state's ability to protect the interests and citizens by effectively leveraging and defending against the vast collection and analysis of information. So you see that it goes beyond the military. There are different forms of different security parts, or let me call it forms, that make up our national security. Now we can have information security, you can have uh, security that talks about in the military sense, okay, to defend its citizen. Then we have various forms, like I've said, okay, network security and all of that. But we are going to go beyond the traditional military and intelligence operation. We're going to look at how we can protect critical infrastructure, economic stability, and social integrity. We take all this into place. Now, like we said before, that is where big data comes into place. If we're going to protect our information security, we need to gather data first. So this data, we can collect huge amounts of data, okay, that can be derived from places like CCTV cameras, yes, can pick data, phones, bank records, social media. Those are information that will be too much for people to analyze manually. Okay, so you need computer systems, you need the help of AI, to do all of this. Now, what artificial intelligence does is to use smart computer programs to quickly study, that information that you've gathered. It can find patterns and spot unusual behavior and even predict future problems. So, in security work, that's if we are looking at national security now, we know that we can say big data gives the raw fuel and AI turns it into useful insights, because data cannot make sense on its own. Okay, so it has to be processed, and you have to use methods to be able to predict and bring out useful insights from data. So what happens is that when this data is processed, okay, we can predict where an attack might happen or identify suspicious movements. Maybe, for instance, like if you are looking at the border, okay, you can use it to predict when there are suspicious movements or when an attack is about to take place. So together, AI and big data can let security agencies act earlier and smarter than using traditional methods. Now, for us to be able to appreciate uh, problems we have in our national security, we will need to trace the key issues. Okay, the key issues. Now, there are a lot of issues that's causing national insecurity. First of all is the proliferation of small arms. Yes, it started with small arms, people carrying small arms, but I talk about headers, they go with weapons and all of that. And it looks so that is we don't make meaning of it, So they carry arms, and then it degenerated to when there are unemployment issues and poverty. Okay, so this also is a key driver. That is one of the problems that's causing our national insecurity. Then we have the problem of corruption and weak local governance. Then we have climate change and farmer header clashes. Yes, we all know about the grazing land issue, how it has been going on in Nigeria for some time, the debates and all of that. So all these put together cause were some of the causes of our national insecurity. Now, if you look at that picture we have there of bandits and other armed groups All these bandits and armed groups also pose threats to our national security. But what was the origin? How did it start? If we look at the early 2000s, initially we had small-scale rural criminality, like I said before, cattle rustling and highway robbery in the Northwest. Then it progressed in 2010 to 2015. We started experiencing weak policing, porous borders, and then economic hardship led small groups, okay, to coordinate themselves, attack villages, okay. Then there were large scale cattle thefts and then mass kidnappings for ransom. Now, still on that, now degenerated to criminal insurgents in 2020 to 2023. Now, currently, for the current phase, we have high networked criminals, enterprises spanning multiple states, and they indulge in systematic abduction of school children and rural residents, to mention but a few. Now, what is the trend? The trend now is that there are periodic alliances with insurgent groups. We have the Boko Haram, we have ISWAP, and all of that. Then the smuggling and trafficking is also on the increase. Now, the operational geography of this group, the first time concentrated in the Northwest, moved to North Central Nigeria. Now it has spilled over to other regions. So it's something that needs to be dealt with. Now, in the operation of banditry and armed groups in Nigeria, we have the structure and organization spanning across state boundaries, movement of weapons and recruits from various parts of the country. And the activities, some of those activities are kidnapping for ransom, raids on villages and highways, and arms trafficking, cattle rustling, and resource seizures. But in all of this, we have their funding. They have funding from various sources. Some of those sources are the ransom they collect from these kidnappings that have been done, and these are vast amounts of there are huge amounts of money. Then we have taxation and extortion of local communities. Yes, all these are going on. Most of them are illegal levies that are put on farmers and traders. So we have all of this. Then armed groups in Nigeria have tried to bring out the different groups and how the activities are being performed. Then we have an estimate of the killing statistics of some of these armed groups in Nigeria. Now, I'm bringing out these statistics because we as statisticians, when these things are going on, it's our job as statisticians to take notes, bring out this data, gather them from their different sources, and then use leverage on AI and big data analytics to make meaning from this data. So I'll just quickly go on because my time is almost up. Now, let me come to this and the incidents of armed violence involving bandits in Kaduna and Zamfara from 2018 to 2023 was also captured here. Now, in all of this, what is the real benefits of AI and big data to national security? Now, like we said before, predictive analysis and analytics is one of the benefits. if we leverage on AI and big data, we'll be able to forecast crime. We'll be able to identify the terrorist hotspots, okay, and make proactive decisions to be able to curb all of that. Again, we'll look at improved border security. Our borders are very porous. So if we leverage on computer vision, we use ML, we'll be able to, use facial recognition, be able to use drones and automate the tracking to enhance monitoring of the borders and critical infrastructure. And again, it will help us to enhance cybersecurity. To enhance cybersecurity, we'll be able to detect malware and unusual behavior, because these things don't just happen like that. These people make use of data. Make use of information, and information, and we can derive data from information we have gotten from phone records. Okay, we can derive. We can look at financial transactions, because when you are demanding ransom for kidnapping, okay, all these they pass through the banks. So financial analysis and looking at the areas that are most hit with crime will help us to make decisions to be able to guide that particular area. Integrated intelligence, yes, we can fuse satellites, telecoms, and use the community data to give agency a real-time picture of bandits and armed groups movements. We can automate the surveillance also using CCTV cameras to detect unusual gathering or gunfire even before they happen. Because what is happening now is that the crime will already be committed before it is detected. People have already died. That is, people have been killed before the news will carry all the information. But if we leverage on AI and big data, we'll be able to, take action before it happens. So AI and big data can secure a nation using predictive threat analysis, real-time surveillance, and integrated intelligence. Now, having said all this, I want to bring to our knowledge that there are challenges facing the adoption or the use of AI and big data. And some of those challenges, first, is poor data quality. Sometimes we have incomplete data or even unreliable data sets, which reduces accuracy. Then fragmented agencies, we have separate databases that hinders real-time integration. The same data you have in the licensing office, you have a different data in the bank, you have this, they are not integrated into one. So let me quickly go on. What are our recommendations for the statisticians/data scientists? The first recommendation is that as statisticians, okay, we should leverage on AI and big data to do predictive policing and surveillance. Statisticians must rigorously test the models for fairness across demographic and geographical variables before deployment. Why we are doing this is to avoid unjust or discriminatory targeting of communities. Because when your data is biased, you are going to have biased results. Then the second recommendation is for the society or our community, NGOs. Okay, we should foster literacy and collaboration. Engage in collaborative oversight by demanding transparency. We can participate in policy consultations and reporting security data or incidents responsibly. So all this we can do with big data and AI. So let me conclude by saying that big data and AI are very fundamental to our national security. We can transform it into a statistical challenge because our security now depends on real-time collection, modeling, and interpretation of massive and diverse data sets to combat threats from terrorism, insurgency to cyber warfare and transborder crime. So what is my charge to statisticians today in this conference? I want to issue this charge to the attendees of this auspicious international conference that there's a need for us to have a unified, ethical, actionable strategy for integrating big data and AI into national security. We can establish a unified data infrastructure and also pass governance laws. Okay, then we foster literacy and demand accountability by promoting AI literacy that requires transparency. All this will help us to be able to guide our national security.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Prof.
you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Susan Konyeha. I hope I got it right this time. Thank you so very much. She talked to us about big data and national security in Nigeria and mentioned that there are three components of AI, ML, DL, and NLP, natural language processing. And then she charged statisticians to make sure that we need to actually design, coming from this conference, to design an actual strategy for Nigeria in terms of AI. Please give her another round of applause. Thank you so much. I will also want to ask Professor Susan to think about the question that I had asked Dr. Ike, and that is how to use big data practically to do noun casting. Noun casting, not forecasting, but to do noun casting. Thank you so much. While they are thinking about it, I would like us to be very, very brief in asking questions or making comments and contributions. So we'll go from one pillar to the other to the other. We have four portions here. So if you have question, please ask. Don't give us any example. Just ask your question in 1 minute. If you have contribution, you have 1 minute to make your contributions. So let me start by counting the people that raised up their hands so that we will know who has question to ask. And I will not be apologetic about asking women to talk first. Thank you so much. I'll be gender biased. Anybody here? Any lady here? No, nobody's asking question here. Here? Yes, sir. You are number one. And Hajia is number one, actually. You are number two. You can sue me, please, if you want. And then Mr. CM Okafor is number three. Who else? Somebody there? Number four. Thank you so much, sir. So we have four comments and questions before we have a wrap up. Please be very, very brief. Hajia behind is number one. Please be very brief.
Thank you very much. Yes, before I can speak at this conference, I'd like to thank the Statistician General for giving me the opportunity to be here. Yes, Nihma. The moderator said your CV is intimidating. For me, it is motivating. Now, you made mention of having 63,000 farmers and 56 extension officers using your application. Now, what do we advise us in Nigeria when our main problem is not having sufficient agricultural extension officers, or will I say they are not active? If we have active agri extension workers, probably would not have been in this mess we are in right now, because I'll tell you that really we are in a mess when it comes to food security or agriculture in Nigeria in general. So now, first question, this AI app for use for farmers helps for early detection for crop diseases, isn't it? Does this app also have the solutions, as in real-time solutions, not just detecting the crops diseases, but also preparing solutions at the same time? Then for farmers that are not literate, and when we have the issue of the middleman, the agri extension workers not being active, how do we get to integrate this AI to be used by farmers themselves? How interactive is your app?
Thank
in
you so
essence?
much,
Thank
Haja.
you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Please give her a round of applause. Number two, the gentleman in front. Thank you.
Thank
Please,
you very
direct question.
My question is, we have talked so much concerning AI. How will we use AI and big data to assist revenue administrators? Thank you.
Do you have anybody particularly you want to address that to, or just anybody? Okay, all right, we get you. Number three, Mr. Okafor here.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question is directed to Ike, the IMF guy. In his presentation, he stated that there is a clear synchronized co-movement between NO2, if I remember my chemistry, nitrogen dioxide, and GDP. Now, if that is the case, after the correlation, how do you then translate it to numbers, since GDP is the total value of goods and services produced within an economic entity? So, for instance, if it is Nigeria, how do you use this result now to begin to estimate GDP? Thank you. In value terms.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. I hope Dr. Ike is still online. And then number four, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Austin Anyakorampin. I work with National Bureau of Statistics. And my question is going to Ms. Uvia, the representative of Dr. Motoshaw, my very good friend. You spoke about countries, especially within the sub-Saharan African continent, not having done their population census for more than a decade now. And then you spoke about issue of interoperability. Now, there was this conversation we had at FDB stroke African Union level. We spoke about countries you have done your national identity card management. You are doing the capturing. Countries you've done your NIN. We are using Nigeria as a case study. You have done your NIN. Countries you've done so many. I can't remember. There are so many of them. Now, population commission, you are collecting death and birth rate. So we're saying that with proper interoperability, if you concatenate all this, as a country, do you still need population census? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the presenters will have one each to take their comment, to make their responses to the questions. Thank you.
Go on. She wants to respond first, right?
Okay, thank you so much for the very nice question. First of all, I want to assure you the problem which you are facing in Nigeria, we are also experiencing in Tanzania, and it could be the same in all other African countries. So we have very fewer number of extension officers compared to the number of farmers which they are supposed to save. Therefore, using this application which we have developed, farmer who have smartphone, what they're supposed to do is just to download the application in their phone by themselves, and they can use the application by just taking a picture, and once they take the picture, the app is going to detect and say what kind of disease is that and what can be done in order to help to address the issue before large scale losses. So I want to assure you that this application does not need extension officer at the moment, so you could just use the application at the moment you are waiting for him or her to reach there. In addition to that, the good news is that currently we have the partner from Nigeria. So the application is coming to Nigeria, and it's going to be help and benefit more farmers here in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that answered my own question too, or indirectly. Thank you. Miss Ivie.
Okay, so I will start with the last question. Do we still need censuses? So in Nigeria, yes, we have several systems. We have BVN, NIN, we have uh, PVC, where we're collecting so many of similar data sets on the same people. Um, However, they're not exactly the same. You know, here in Nigeria, we also have heard of cases where people get people's BVN is still being used to open accounts. So, in a sense, there is overlap, but population censuses are still needed for accuracy. So I'll leave that there. The question on what is the AFDB doing to support data ecosystems in Nigeria? Nigeria is one of the 7 countries that the AFDB has visited to do a data ecosystem assessment. So the results of that assessment was quite lengthy. It was about 70 pages of a report. But I tried to highlight some of the recommendations that we found. Um, One of the issues is that we can't just say um, Nigeria implements, because there are certain baselines that also need to be attained. So I wasn't able to discuss that during my presentation, but there are 5 areas that we look for that need to be fully operational before a country can implement a data ecosystem. And some of them include policy alignment. Policy alignment is very important because we need government buy-in. We need to be able to have data governance policies that are effective and that will protect the work that we are doing with the data. And then institutional roles also need to be clearly defined. Also, of course, infrastructure, skills development is also very important. So all of these things are um, kind of independent of the AFDB's uh, scope and of our work. All we can do is recommend. We can, of course, provide capacity building where we can, but it's not, onus is not on us. It still lies with the country. And then the final question that was asked by our moderator was why, because she did not see Nigeria listed in the countries that I had highlighted. So Nigeria was part of the Odin assessment. Almost all countries in the world, 195 countries, were assessed. And Nigeria was not highlighted in the graph specifically because I had highlighted the 12 countries that the AFDB worked with specifically on this Odin initiative. And so we made sure that we helped to improve because they were lagging behind. But Nigeria, also because it's not a low income country, there are certain challenges that those 12 countries highlighted had that Nigeria does not have. So we felt that they needed a bit more of a push. Nigeria's score is decent, but there is room for improvement as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And then finally, Professor Susan, if you can take my question in 1 minute.
Okay, talking about the noun casting model. Noun casting model can read it can read information from uh, micro data. When it reads it, micro data that can be available online or in real time. Okay, it reads it, evaluates it for and find out the implication for current economic problems. That's the noun casting model.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate that. I think we lost contact with Dr. Ike, but let me just quickly summarize our discussion this evening to say that he's on. To say that from what we have discussed today, while he's coming on, what we have discussed today is that investing in infrastructure and connectivity is key. We need to develop a skilled data workforce for us to have this big data and be able to use it. Building strong regulatory framework to guide trust and innovation is also very, very imperative. And then fostering collaboration across sectors to turn data into real impact in terms of economic development and growth. And then the final thing that I was able to capture in terms of summarizing all the discussions we've had today is that it's not a one-player job. It's a collaborative effort. It's a collective effort. And so if Dr. Ike is online, please come on. If not, let's wrap up this session in 1 minute. We're listening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 yes.
I have you have questions for me. At the end, okay. What are the questions? Sorry, I had an emergency. I had to jump out and then come back again.
Question was by Mr. Okafor. He was asking about CO2. No, the correlation, the correlation, the correlation.
You were saying that there is a clear, in your presentation, clear synchronized co-movement between NO2 and GDP. And I was now saying, translate this to real figures in terms of numbers for a country after obtaining this correlation, since GDP is a measure, is the total value of goods and services produced in an economic entity. Thank you.
Dr. Ike, you have 1 minute to respond, please. Respond, please. Hello. Hello. I think we just
Okay.
have to. Okay. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think we just have to wrap it up at this point. And let me, on this note, say that I want to sincerely thank each and every of the panelists for their insights and to thank you, the audience, for your very, very good engagement. I hope we all leave this room not just more informed, but inspired to contribute to building Nigeria's data future. And on that note, I would like to ask Ms. Dr. Nema if she comes back here in 5 years' time Can she just tell, and she's riding from the airport to a venue, what would she like to see on a poster in terms of big data? What would you like to see on a poster in terms of big data in the next 5 years? If you're riding, what do you want to see on the posts, on a billboard? Actually, I would like to ask her that, and then 1 minute for Ms. Uvier.
Thank you so much. So what I want to see when I get back is a poster which shows a multi-country collaborative projects, which is very mega with the focus of addressing our own African challenges using our own African data set. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Same with to you, Ms. Evie. Yes. What would you like to see on a poster? Billboard.
I think she took my answer. But I would just like to see more data informed policy making being done within the state and across the country.
Okay. Thank you. Professor Susan Konyeha.
Okay, I would like to see I would like to see that statisticians have leveraged on AI and big data to solve the national insecurity problem.
Thank you
That they
so
have
very
developed models.
Thank you so very much. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. And then clap for yourselves too. And if you are so generous, please clap for me. Thank you.
Now, I think you're going to have a group photograph, but I guess we can do more than that for all these beautiful, wonderful Nigerians, and of course, our sister from Tanzania. Where are the cameramen? Wow. Where are they? No, all this on our phone, this will not be what we want. Where are the cameramen? When I don't go do business for outside. Please, okay, this man, you look okay. You look very good. Fine. Yours is better. This one, we know they see them. Only they share them for themselves. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for them once more. Let's appreciate them. Honestly speaking, first, I'm sure about 90% of us have taken lunch. Am I correct? Am I correct? Okay, if we are done that, then we can proceed. But let me put this on record, SG, and our distinguished guests. So at the time I went to the university, if these people were there as my lecturers, I would have been afraid of statistics. From what they have done today. And it goes to show that what men can do, women can even do better. And they did that essentially well. I'd like to commend our sister, Dr. Nema. You know, for those of you who know the history of Tanzania, Tanzania is a union of two people, Zanzibar and Tanganyika. If you have the history, for those students of history, that was how that nation was formed, Tanzania. And I'm not surprised from what we have seen so far from Dr. Nema that a woman is the president of Tanzania today. And I'm sure more will emerge in Africa by the special grace of God. Nigeria will produce a woman president one day. Are there women in the house? Wanna clap for ourselves now. You know, this is one challenge we have with women. If you ask woman, if I ask the question and you get the answer, simple. You won't be governor or you won't be governor wife. Eh? You won't be governor or you won't be governor wife. Eh? Una sure? Not be governor wife una won't be. Not be governor wife una won't be. Anyway, history will tell. Clap for yourself, Nigeria women. Clap for yourself. If you like so now they prepare well. I'm being informed by the chairman National Organizing Committee. Now that most of us have taken our lunch, we will go straight to the panel discussion where the panelists are already here. My job is simple, is to invite them up. But first is the panel discussion is based on challenges of building the big data ecosystem in Nigeria. And to moderate this session, let me invite Mr. Kumafan Zan, SG Benue State. Please put your hands together for him. He's going to moderate this session. The panelists comprises of Chief CM Okafor, SG Enugu State. Is he around? SG Enugu State, please put your hands together for him. Let him come up. We have Dr. Buka Baba Alhaji, SG Kaduna State. Put your hands together as they are coming up. Please appreciate them. Appreciate them. We have Mr. Austin Anya Kara, MBS Director. Please put your hands together for him. I appreciate him as he's coming up. We have Dr. Taufik Olatinwo, NMRC Stroke Technical Lead, NHDP. Is he around? Please put your hands together for him. I appreciate him. Then, of course, the Crown Prince Afebwa Abubakar, PhD, Director, MPC. Is he around? Okay, please put your hands together for him. Then finally, we have Dr. Ushena Ogoke of the University of Port Harcourt. Is he around? Doc. Okay, fine. Please appreciate her, appreciate her, appreciate her. Appreciate her. She's the only female amongst them. Wonderful. So, Dr. Ushena, you are the only female amongst men. So, do we say, blessed? Are you amongst men? It's all right. That was on the lighter side. Okay, I'm told that the SG Kaduna, okay, is joining online. Perhaps, moderator, perhaps we will start with him. I don't know. It's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, respected colleagues, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Usually, when it's time to introduce myself, it's a very easy job. But when I have a forum that is international and have a Tanzanian in our midst, it becomes more complicated. Because my name is very beautiful and has a beautiful meaning, but to Tanzanians, it's something that they cringe when they hear, shockingly. So, Dr. Nima, I know about viewer discretion, right? This one is listener discretion. They call me Kuma. I know in Tanzania, it doesn't mean what I think. Tanzanians don't like when they hear that word. I had a host in Norway who was Tanzanian, and he broke it down to me as to why Tanzanians cringe at my name. So listener discretion, Dr. Nima, my name is Kuma, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. Please let me introduce our panelists, beginning with Chief CM Okafor. Chief Christian Maduabuchi Okafor is the Enugu State Assistant General. He holds a degree in statistics and economics with advanced training from the Netherlands and the University of Michigan. He retired as Deputy Director of Statistics at the CBN in 2011, where he established the Statistics Department and later became the first non-European to be seconded to the Statistics Department of ECB in 2010. A two-term NSA president, a fellow, and elected ISI member, he has worked as a consultant and served as Cison's first registrar before his current appointment. Please, let's appreciate Chief CM Okafor. Thank you. Let's introduce Dr. Buka Baba, who is joining us online. He is the Kaduna State Assistant General since 2022. He holds a PhD. All right, so he's the current Kaduna State Assistant General. He has a PhD in statistics from University of Essex and a degree from University of Maiduguri and Ahmadu Bello University, and an associate professor in the Nigerian Defense Academy, specializing in Bayesian statistics, modeling, simulation, and data science.
I also want to introduce, please let's appreciate Dr. Buka joining us online. Chief Austin Anyakora. Chief Austin Anyakora is a director, corporate planning and statistical coordination at the NBS. He is a macroeconomic statistician specializing in national accounts, fiscal modeling, and financial statistics. A former director of macroeconomics at Nigeria's NBS from 2019 to 2022, he is now director of corporate planning and statistical coordination. Please let's welcome Chief Anyakora. Thank you so much. Dr. Tafik Olatinwo, he is the head ICT and business process operations, Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. He is an innovator and youth empowerment expert with 30 plus years of global corporate experience. He has held senior roles at Shell and HP Americas. He is currently head of ICT and business process operations at NMAP and chairs the technical committee of the National Housing Data Program 2024 to advance housing solutions in Nigeria. Please let's appreciate Dr. Tafik. Crown Prince Afibwa Abubakar, Director. I can't read this, sorry. Oh, okay, I can see. So retired Director Census at the National Population Commission. He has built a distinguished career in applied statistics and demography and holds a traditional title, Jakadan Matasan Arewa. I hope I called it correctly. Academically, he earned a PhD from the University of Benin alongside postgraduate diplomas in census planning and management from the US Census Bureau, applied statistics and social demography from the UK Office of Statistics. Let's please welcome the Crown Prince. Good to see you. And finally, let's introduce Dr. Mrs. Uchena Petronila Ogoke, an associate professor of statistics, Department of Mathematics and Statistics in Uniport, specializing in biostatistics and spatial modeling. She's a fellow of the Nigerian Statistical Association, now Cison, and she served in various leadership roles and sits on its governing council. She has published over 50 journal articles, supervised many postgraduate students, presented award-winning research in more than 20 countries. Her honors include recognition from the International Biometric Society, Gates Foundation Fellowship in Malaria Modeling, and leadership of several TED Fund and other funded projects. Let's please appreciate Dr. Goki. All right, thank you so much. So we have listened to the session that focuses on the reason why we need big data. Now we're going to the next session, the challenges of building the big data ecosystem in Nigeria. To frame this, I want to take inspiration from an article I read. It's a 2014 article, actually. It says, saving big data from big mouths. The whole idea is that those who are speaking the most about big data are not the experts in that area. Those who are the real experts, their voices are not as loud as those who are not experts. And therefore, the article focuses on how we can clear the misunderstandings of those who are not experts, who are being the loudest, either in online media or print media or spoken orations. And so we want to focus this afternoon, on not just talking about the challenges, but also thinking about how we can take action that leads to a big data future. So this is not just mere talk, but the start of building a purpose. So I will ask each of our panelists, beginning with CM Okafor, and then we'll go that way before we come to this side. Please just take a minute, tell us from your experience, from your expertise, what is big data before we go to what the challenges are. Thank you, sir. Please go on.
Thank you so much. Well, a lot has been said about big data, but let me say that big data, there is no classical definition of big data in literature, but it's attributed to those sets of data we can no longer analyze using the traditional database and software techniques. They are so huge that it was Gardner in 2001 that tried to describe big data using their characteristics. So he came up with the 3 V's around volume, which is the sheer size of the data, the velocity, the speed of the data, and then the variety, how complex they are. And in terms of volume, these are volume of data described in gigabytes, in terabytes, and the rest of them. And let me give you an example. They say, for instance, that messages on Facebook, which all of us know, produces about 100 billion messages every day. Now, if it's about 100 billion messages and the world is estimated to be about 8 billion people, it means that the messages on Facebook alone is about 12.5 times the size, the population of the world. That will give you an idea of what we are talking about, big data. And then Gartner also went ahead in 2012 to bring the 2 V's. After the 3 V's, he brought in again the veracity of the data and the value. For instance, in the value, he's saying it's not a question of having data, but the value which the organization derives from the data sets it's having. We have heard about how we can translate raw data into actionable intelligence. And again, we are now at the realm of these, where we now bring in big data and describing big data, we now have about the variability, the variability, and then the visualization of data, where you now use charts and graphs to visualize data. So big data is such, somebody said, data crunchers, that big data is too big to be ignored. So all of us in our various areas, we are looking at managing structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. And the structured data, we all know, are the ones familiar to us, data we can put in rows and columns and use them. Then the semi-structured data are the data, I don't know, like XML, that's extensible markup language. But to drive it home, if you have your passport, there is that string of data you have that is both human and machine readable. You can see part of your name, you may not understand, or that is the semi-structured. And then the unstructured are emails, videos, pictures, and the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Let's appreciate that elaborate explanation. Now, with that depth, I may not have to ask every panelist to tell us. I think he has spoken for all of us. Unless somebody wants to add just any other thing. Dr. Booker, let's confirm if you are with us online. Okay. Looks like you are muted. Please, can you unmute so that we know we can hear you? Test again. We still can't hear you. Okay, yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much. You want to add to that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. You want to add to what Chief Okafor said?
I can hear you very well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll go on now. We'll go on now. All right. So Chief, please, you can pass the mic to Dr. Goke. We want to start looking at the challenges of building the big data ecosystem in Nigeria. So we would like to look at it from four ways. One of the ways is for policy. The other way is infrastructure. The other way is skill gaps, and the other direction is funding. So because of time, I will let the panelists choose any of these four they want to address when you hold the mic. We're talking about policy framework, talking about infrastructure, talking about skill, and then funding. The challenges for building this ecosystem from any of these, and if you have another to add, you can just go on. So please, we'll start with Dr. Goke.
Thank you very much. Can I come to the podium? I want to stand and talk.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished audience and esteemed panelists. As you have said, my name is Uchenna Ogoke, an associate professor of statistics from the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, University of Port Harcourt. I'm honored to be part of this important conversation organized by Cison to discuss the challenges facing building big data ecosystem in Nigeria. I come from the academic space as a lecturer of statistics. So my perspective is going to be shaped by both teaching, research, as well as the realities of how big data affects our daily lives in Nigeria. I will begin my conversation with this quote from an American professor and a statistician by name it was Dennis. And he said, without data, you are just somebody with an opinion. So my perspective is going to be shaped now. I'm going to highlight some of the contributions. My contribution is going to highlight some of the challenges that affect building big data ecosystem in Nigeria and with some practical examples. Okay, I'll start firstly by talking about collaboration. Now,
Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on.
hello, 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 hello.
No, it's the online link. Please mute the online. Yeah, mute the online. Yeah, that's the online.
I'll talk about collaboration, political interference. In Nigeria, data, especially election data, results, or population figures, can be subject to political pressure or manipulation. When official statistics are disputed or perceived as biased, it undermines credibility, it erodes public confidence, and weakens the role of big data in guiding fair policy and decision making. The point again I'm going to raise here, I will talk about that weak cybersecurity. In 2021, NIMC admitted that some citizens' data on NIN had been exposed by hackers, raising fears about digital identity. Also, Nigeria expanding digital databases such as NIN, voters register have first reported breaches and hacking attempts. So without strong cybersecurity, sensitive system citizen data is at risk, undermining trust in big data and, and big data projects, encouraging wider adoption. We talk about weak infrastructure and fragmentation. Our data systems are fragmented with ministries and agencies working in silos. Take, for instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicting figures from NCDC and various state governments revealed how lack of integration reduces trust. So, in our universities, weak data system means students' records are inconsistent and alumni tracking is very difficult. So, without strong and centralized infrastructure, big data cannot provide reliable insights needed for planning. Human capacity and skill gaps. Another challenge is the shortage of skilled professionals in big data analytics. So many agencies outsource the analysis of complex data sets because in-house staff lack that agencies that lack training in modern skills like R, Python, or geospatial methods. In universities, for instance, students are eager to learn, but the absence of functional data labs and limited access to real data sets hold them back. So building human capacity is the bridge to progress. So as Nelson Mandela rightly said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So if we empower students and young professionals, we build the backbone of Nigeria's data future. I'll also talk about data availability and accessibility. Nigeria generates huge volume of data, ranging from INEC, NIN, BVN, JAM, WAEC exams to hospital and telecom systems. Yet, These data sets are not easily accessible for research or policy analysis. Take, for instance, the voter register contains millions of data records that could from demographic studies. Cleaning and accessing such data is extremely difficult. So, in health and education, limited access weakens research on maternal mortality, school enrollments, and gender based violence. So, as an African proverb says, knowledge without wisdom is like water in the sand. So, if our data remains locked away, it cannot guide wise policy. Ethical and gender and privacy concern. Big data also raises questions on ethics and inclusivity. Issues like privacy breaches, misuse of citizens' information, and lack of gender disaggregated data reduce quality of our ecosystem. The recent cashless policy, for instance, disproportionately affected our rural women traders who were invisible in the financial data sets. If certain groups are underrepresented, then our big data picture of Nigeria is incomplete. As Kofi Annan once said, knowledge is power, information is liberating. For Nigeria, progress requires data that truly reflects all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Next person.
Yes, we'll give from here. I'll give you mine. So she can that one over there. Doc, please take a seat. Sorry, we're already discussing that.
You don't want me to stand up?
Yes, Doc, please take a seat for now. Let Chief speak before you.
Oh, okay.
We want to alternate to this. I don't the mic over there. All right. So, thank you so much, Doc, for the things that she has already said. We will skip them for the sake of time, and then we would ask every speaker to please try as much as possible to say what you want to say in 2 or 3 minutes. So, in the next 20 minutes, we should wrap up this session. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not going to speak at length, and I'm not going to stand too because I'm not a lecturer, I'm not a professor. I'm still doing my PhD research, so it's going to be very short. Then among the issues point raised by the moderator, I want to pick on issue of skill gap. If you look at skill gap with respect to big data ecosystem, it's a sub gap within the broad uh, challenge of strategy and human resource and human capital development. It's a subset of it. And then skill gap you are looking at is it explained itself. You are looking at the issue of lack of professionals, lack of data scientists, and associated professionals that will drive this big data ecosystem. We in big data definition, there's a keyword there. If you look at it from the dictionary, it talks about issue of complexity. This is to tell you that this data comes in various forms. You look at the issue of alphanumeric, you talk about satellite imaging and all the rest. So it requires a lot of skilled professionals to operationalize that. So that's a very serious challenge, which we have to start pondering and thinking about it to see how we can close that gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Latimo, I wanted us to alternate, so you can please come forward.
Right. Sorry.
I understand you have a PowerPoint. Do you want them to project it?
No. I think the PowerPoint will be too much to present
Okay.
now because
Okay, please.
because of the time. But I just like to stand up.
All right. So,
Which is good. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for all the key inputs from the panelists so far. So I don't want to rehash what's been said. And for the better part of this morning, the definitions around the big data has been given. And I think that's well established. So what I would like to do is just to go into the practical aspect of the challenges that we have in terms of governance. And governance is a major issue because we've got so many organizations collecting data, both formal and informal sectors. And these are the areas where we need to do a lot more in terms of bringing all of the things together. We know that in terms of the infrastructure, it's capital intensive and all that. So we know that already. It's something that we need to, put at the back of our minds. So when it comes to governance, for me as the chairman of the Housing Data Center for Nigeria, an initiative established by the the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, we've come up with some solutions. And I know we're not talking about solutions right now, but I'm so glad we've got 3 of our steering committee members here today, the SG of NBS, the Director of Statistics for CBN, and the DG for NPC. They are here, and I'm so glad that this is really coming up today, and we are all experiencing this particular conference. Thank you so much for that. Also, Dr. Mba is a member of the committee. But what have they done? They've put together 12 organizations handling data, housing data, particularly in Nigeria, to come up with the way forward, to be able to come up with policies and how to make housing affordable for common Nigerians, for the populace. And this is something that without the help of the statisticians, it's going to be very difficult for us to get there. And that's why it's important that we look at the issues, the challenges, and we face those challenges square on. And I believe Nigeria is actually moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just keep the mic with you.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here. SG, NBS, all protocols observed. I want to talk about policy alignment as a challenge to the establishment of a big data and a national ecosystem. Government needs to enact enabling policies that will bring about institutional harmonization to bring about all data gathering organizations coming together. The data coming from Nigeria is huge. And that is why a lot of speculations are out there, because we have not harmonized the data ecosystem. Informed policies by government, bringing these agencies together under the purview of organizations like the NBS and the National Police Commission and the NIMSI will go a long way, because these are not the only agencies that are dealing with data. I did a consultancy with NCC 3 months ago, and I was shocked. The sheer volume of data coming from just one department, the socio-economic department there, they are dealing with infrastructure all over the country, all your infrastructures. They're trying to capture them. These are massive data. And also the issue of funding. Data costs money. One of the things that Nigeria has going for it is that you have an SG who is out to get funding from all over the place. I know the Prince, World Bank. He goes around, he doesn't sit down waiting for government allocation. He goes to World Bank, that's why if you go to MBS, they have so many donor-funded programs there. I'm happy he's here. And I know he's a man of capacity. People like him should advise government at the highest level. We should fund data gathering in Nigeria. And with that, I think we will go a long way in improving. These are not just the 2, there are more. But these are just 2 which I want to talk about. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Buka, I hope you can hear us. Oh, you're still muted. Can't hear you yet. Unmute yourself. Okay, good. Okay, good. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to appreciate the organizers of this conference for having us on board. And I want to appreciate the SG of the Federation for allowing all of us to participate on this as the State Statistician Generals. As for me, the major challenges that we face when it comes to big data includes institutional framework. So institutional framework, that means there should be a clear institution for data privacy and data protection in terms of big data. When we have data protection for like let's say democracy and others, but when it comes to big data, there is nothing like data privacy and others for big data. This is a big challenge. And another major challenge is, access and access to data, and then partnership. Organizations may be too reluctant to share data due to maybe concerns like, privacy, competitiveness, and others. So partnership, there should be a collaboration in terms of data sharing and others across board for easy access to big data. And just like the director director of NBS said, another challenge is the capacity challenge. Though big data is something that is new to us, but there's need for us to build capacity around the usage of big data because Okafor has said it, the 8 V's, the veracity, velocity of the data, the value of the data, validity of data, and so on, so have you. All these are turning the data to be so big. So there's need for us to have a capacity, the analytic capacity of big data. So this is a big challenge. And another big major challenge is looking at governance. There's no clear cut on usage of big data in governance. Governance in terms of official statistics. Combining big data with official statistics is really a challenge. The question is, are we replacing big data with official statistics? Or are we combining big data with official statistics? Or that are we going to create another new big database for official statistics? This has been a great challenge in terms of big data. So lastly, my last challenge that I would want to discuss is about a digital divide. Every region to country, region to country have their own ways of approaching this big data. So this kind of digital divide creates a kind of a challenge when it comes to big data. Yeah, I think these are my few challenges that I can put to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our panelists. We have listened to a wide range of experience from national regulators, academia, state-level statistics, private practice experience, consulting experience combined. Now we want to go to the last part of this discussion. Now that we have identified the challenges, we want to proffer solutions, not just to talk, but to be as practical as possible. I'm going to invite the panelists to please straight to the point, because of the time. Let's keep it under 3 minutes if possible, and I will start with Chief Okafor again, and then we'll alternate like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have to say that I'm very privileged. My new position as a Enugu Statistician General has offered me the opportunity of also going to understand the complexities of compiling data at the subnational level after the national and some of my international experience. So we are talking about big data, and then we have enumerated a lot of problems. Those problems have to be solved, both in terms of statistical infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and all that, because most of the states and the entire ecosystem are under-resourced in terms of manpower, equipment, and then funding. So from my own perspective, if we are talking big data, we also be talking about electronic exchange of data. So we have to get that environment first. And how I want to see it is at the subnational level, just like the MBS is the overarching coordinating body for data in Nigeria, coordinating the SBS. We should also see the MDAs as a constellation, that is MDAs at the state level, for instance, as a constellation of sectoral data banks that are warehousing data, and then the local governments, on the other hand, as warehousing their own set of data. And then we try to start with a local area network, networking the SBS itself so that each system is talking to each other. Then we will now, through a wide area network the MDAs and then the local governments. In that way, we can have an electronic transfer of data. And then our different establishments in our different states, we can create dashboards for our principals, like the governors and the rest of them. So these are some of the critical things we have to do. And of course, we have known that in the system, the statistical system, the inability to hire and retain qualified manpower is one of the problems. So we need to do a lot of capacity building, both in terms of leveraging the capacity of these of the staff or the stakeholders within the data ecosystem to utilize some of these new digital platforms we are having, like the AI and the ML, the machine learning information. So I think these are, and then more importantly, collaboration. Collaboration is key. As a consultant to United Nations Economic Commissions for Africa, I was surprised. We went to Zambia for data validation. And people in East Africa, we are talking about sharing, what do you call it? Tablets, because we are discussing about measurement of informal cross-border trade. And so countries were even coming to borrow tablets from, like Uganda coming to borrow from Kenya, and after using returns it and the rest of them. So interoperability is very key, so that, because if we have, for instance, the same kind of software, hardware at the state level, we can exchange data easily. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Chief Okafor. So you notice the level of clapping now. It shows our attention span. Yeah, so I'm going to urge the panelists that will speak in next. I would like us to focus more on quick wins. What are the things that are low-hanging fruits that we can target in terms of leadership and collaboration, coordination, in terms of sustainable funding, in terms of standards for interoperability, just low-hanging fruits that we can latch onto. So I'll come back to this side again, and I'll go to the NBS.
Yes, thank you very much. On a practical level, I want to start, they say charity begins at home. MBS as the coordinator of the National Statistical System, I want to tell you what we have been doing. There's this integrated system of administrative statistics, whereby we have been able to um, train and developing, supply infrastructure to some MGAs like FIRS, Road Safety Commission, and we have a platform which we have been able to onboard like 20, and we have a target that maybe every year we should be able to onboard like 20, 30 MGAs, both at national and subnational level. So that's key, that there is need for that kind of collaboration and cooperation. And again, it requires serious legislation. We are trying to review the Statistic Act of 2007, and that act, we are trying to incorporate so many pragmatic solutions and factors that will promote issue of big data ecosystem in Nigeria. Then we look at the issue of skill gap. I want to throw it back to the universities, to the academia. Please, I want to say that some of our syllables are a little bit obsolete, very, very obsolete. We're talking about skill gap issue, and we're talking about not having enough manpower to drive this system. But you still find out that issue of data sciences, modern big data, operability, these things are not being taught in some universities, in our statistics department, or even having data science department in most universities. So we need to, from the academia, find a way to reshuffling the syllabus a little bit to show that primary training on big data and data sciences. I have a lot to say, but let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate the MBS. I'm watching the level of applause that is coming, showing how much we're listening. Thank you very much. Let's go to academia, please. They just touched you now, so let's hear you respond.
Okay, thank you very much. I listened to what he said with rapt attention. I think the major problem boils down on collaboration. Collaboration is the key. So we cannot function alone without maybe the government, MPOC joining us, the ministries, the parastatals, all of us coming together. By the time all come together, we are going to build a sustainable ecosystem. And another one, I would like us to go with this because I foresee this big data becoming a very big oil well in Nigeria. It's going in recent that is going to be a big oil well in Nigeria. Very soon we will stop talking about oil. And by the time we bring in collaboration, unity, it's going to be harmonized. And you see that without collaboration, Nigeria may risk losing this out into scattered in barrels. The way oil is just scattered in barrels. But by the time we bring it together, we are going to have a very good sustainable ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard from academia. We want to hear from expert field experience.
Thank you very much. What I want to talk about is related to what I talked about before. I'm talking about institutional walls. We need to bring down the institutional walls so that there will be synergy and harmony among the institutions that operate big data. Big data are very complex data. They deal in speed. We are talking about huge data. Don't forget the population of Nigeria is very, very high. Talking about population commission alone, if you are doing the breakdown of the type of population, age, sex, education, marital status, if you are disaggregating the data of any population census, we're talking lots of data. And I was very happy when Dr. Ivier said that there is a need for population census in spite of all sorts of very key. No matter any source of data you have, the most comprehensive of all big data that deals in the demographic context is the population census. So I'll urge drivers of the institutions, the institutional heads, the political heads. Thank God, one of them is here. The major one is the SG here. I can also see my former boss, the DG of MPC, is also here. I served as Director Census Department in National Population Commission. I handled the population data in this country. I know what I'm talking about. They need to come together, synergize, synchronize, and harmonize so that we'll be able to be like the US Census Bureau. One massive data ecosystem in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Chief. All right, we'll go to somebody with expertise in the financial sector.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start this with a quote from McKinsey, which came out yesterday on big data. It said, when you type a question into an AI platform, you receive an answer so fast that it may feel like magic. Of course, it's not magic. The models that many of us rely on, both personally and professionally, are the result of decades of research and trillions of dollars of investment, not to mention vast and ever increasing amounts of energy. That's the power that you get. Now, on the backdrop of this, I want to refer back to what the SGNBS mentioned this morning, the 4 key points around how we can all bring it together: interoperability, partnership, collaboration, and trust. Now, based on this, I can tell you very clearly, and I mentioned it before, in the housing sector, we've been lucky to have people that are working together at the very high level. And we have this national housing data, which is looking at the housing data ecosystem. And like I mentioned, we've got all the key players, NBS, NPC, CBN, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company, and the financial sectors, even REDAN, the Real Estate Data Association of Nigeria. So when you see a house and you look at it ordinarily, the amount of data that you see to even put the house together is very vast. Because when you look at the housing value chain, you start from the process of buying land to the point of building. So you have the buyer, the seller, the government, you have the developer, and you have a lot of other people in between, the artisans, both skilled, unskilled labor, and everything. And we've got all of this data scattered everywhere. Now, how do we pull all of this together? And that's what it's important, that we have the collaboration, the partnership, the governance structure in place. And we have that in place now. And I mentioned earlier on, we've got 3 of our key steering committee members here today, and we've got some other technical committee members also present. And they're all statisticians, which is great. And I believe we are moving in the right direction, but we need to do more. It requires a lot of investment. And I think that's what we should be focusing on. How do we get there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him. And then we'll go to the Sub-National Statistics Office. Dr. Bababukar is online. Can you hear us? Let's hear you, please. We can't hear you yet.
Big data has come to stay, and it has a lot of opportunities, for us at the subnational and as well the national statistical system as well. For example, for it is citizen-focused participation, for example. Big data offers a chance for policy making and implementation to be more citizen-focused, taking account of the citizens' need, preference, and the actual experience of public services. So big data offers this citizen focus and participation. So it is also it's a tool for evidence making. The notion that policy decisions should be based on sound evidence has become widely adopted by many administrators. So big data and the new form of data collection will give the citizens new information they need for better lives and even more secure livelihoods. So big data is the new. So another opportunity big data has is because of its variety, because of its volume, because of its vanity, because of its velocity. It is a key success for factors to benefit from, especially from the analytical point of view. The variety of data available nowadays makes it easy to determine if certain insights are consistent with data or not. So another major thing I should like to mention is opportunities for real-time data collection. This refers to the data available much faster and sometimes in real time. You collect fast data and real time. The economist has just read us how fast we can get information online when we need it. It is an opportunity for us to have a big real data very fast and on a real-time basis. So we here in KDBS, we have been using it for policy making. During our NCD tracking survey, We had used it using remote sensing. We use it for to get water diversity in the state. We also use it for land diversity, the forest diversity. All these are imageries we use in collecting data, which amounts to data. And it is also good for us to use big data because it gives us a kind of an early warning system. So most data through big data can act as an early warning system for us. Just that we have access to a phone, our phone and others, we can send email within short period. We can send email within short period. We can snap picture and send. It is
Dr.
also
Buka, we
can
need
be
to
used
round up.
as a warning signal. So I on here, I am appealing to the national statistical system where the statistical system always copies. The big data should be used as an official statistic. There should be a new database for big data where, apart from, the routine official statistics that we use in data collection, as in the census and surveys and a system of administrative statistics, there should be another another source. We call it big data that complement the census and surveys and integrated system of
Dr.
administrative
Buka,
statistics.
please, we need to round up
Big data
now.
should become as an official source for data for the national as well as for the states. Will now make us big data to use
Okay.
openly.
Thank you very
and,
much, Dr.
We will
Buka.
benefit more from big
For
data.
the sake of time, we need to move on. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate his wonderful contribution, speaking from the point of view of the Sub-National Statistics Office. Now, this session was for 45 minutes. We've already done 46 minutes now. I don't know if the organizers will allow us to have comments and questions from the audience, or do we wrap up? Sir, do we have time for audience, or we just wrap up? Because we've already gone 46 minutes. Okay, so I would like to ask the panelists, please, everybody, Dr. Buka has already said it's on, so I'm not going back to him again. Give just one sentence of what you would like us to put in the communique. Dr. Buka has just said he wants us to have a great system for big data as official statistics. That is something that he wants to communicate to put down. So we'll start with Chief Okafo. Tell us one thing you want the communicate team to write down as something you want actionable, a low-hanging fruit. Very direct, one sentence, sir. Thank you.
Government should prioritize investment in statistical production within the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They should call on the university. Universities are the research hub. So they can't do without us because our work is to validate. We need to be validating some of the maybe data and maybe the analysis they do in this country. So validation is the key. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would say that the collaboration that has started within the government and extending these across the various departments, MDAs, could continue in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want a situation where a government policy framework will be enacted on the issue of big data, so that if we have a law backing it, all MDAs, institutions, ministries, parastatals, also the private sector will now be part of a framework on the big data system. Thank you very much.
The perspective I want to look at it is from training. I will require more training on issue of big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all the rest. And most especially our universities and former institutions of learning. There is need for us to tinker with our syllables, create more departments, create more courses related to big data and big data system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's please clap for our panelists. Right, so we started by saying that we need to save big data from big mouths. I think we have successfully figured out how we can move the conversation from a big mouth to big actions. Now we know that the message is clear. There should be less hype. There should be more hyper focus. Focus on infrastructure, on skills, on collaboration, on standards, on ethics. The potential is there. And I want to leave you with these thoughts. If we take data as oil, then it's time to move from just boasting about oil and rather let's start building the refinery. Thank you so much for the opportunity, organizers. I'm so grateful for the opportunity, and let's please appreciate these wonderful panelists. Thank you so much.
I know we can do better than that for our panelists. And before we give it a wrap, I think there's going to be a group photograph. So please, group photograph. Let them. If you, I'm happy you're from Delta State, but just wait for me while we wrap up so that I know where you are from in Delta. We're very proud of you. Okay. Yeah. Can we get the mic? I think it's quite interesting. We are coming to the December of this session. And I do know that we'll have a very powerful chairman of the National Organizing Committee, Dr. Kingsley Umba. He has one or two things to say. He's going to tell us. But before we go into that, I think it was Mother Teresa. Those of you who are Catholics, you know her so much. She said something, and I think it has been a guiding principle in my life. That what you can do, I cannot do. What I can do, you cannot do. So together, we'll do great things. I'm sure that is the bottom line of any nation for us to be great. So on that note, let me invite Dr. Kingsley Umba to give us the announcements. And we know that this evening is going to be a bump. I don't want you to miss out the gala night and see the hospitality of the people of Delta State. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you, the director of the program and of events. We must all confess that it's been a long day, a long day. And on behalf of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, I want to especially thank the Statistician General of the Federation, our own Prince Adeyemi Adeniro, for staying put. AG always shows that everything that we do professionally interests him. He's never in a hurry. As a political appointee, he can always tell us that the president is looking for him or the minister is calling him, but he didn't do that. SG, we thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for our SG for staying with us all through. I want to also thank my director, who is also representing the Deputy Governor Economic Policy. I know he has a lot on his head. He could have said, let me run along, but he stayed back just for the passion that we all have, and he demonstrates that passion by staying put to make sure that everything is working well. Thank you so much. The DG, the National Population Commission, he has been here without food and without complaint. DG, thank you so much for staying. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Education, our own council member, thank you also for staying and not rushing out to go and answer a call from the minister. Thank you. Thank you, council members, and thank you, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chartered statisticians, professional statisticians, data scientists, professors, more immensely our professors, erudite professors that have stayed back to join us in this opening session, plenary sessions, and the panel discussion. I want to thank all of you and then use this opportunity to invite you specially. This evening by 6 p.m., we are going to carry out the induction of new members into Cison, the first induction of the Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria. Can we put our hands together for our inductees that we're going to have this evening? And if you are an inductee that is coming in, please make sure you are here by 5:45, because the registrar is prepared, the council is also prepared to carry out that. And after that, we will go into the banquet prepared for us, a sumptuous banquet. If you do not come, you miss it. Just make sure you you find your way here, and the buses will also be available to pick those who are, clustered in a particular hotel, and they take you back. The drivers will be available to take you back. So don't think about how you go back to your hotel. It's well arranged. The Delta State government is well prepared to host you and host all of us. So let's not allow, we are living here just to make sure that this place is packaged, restructured in a banquet mode for all of us to be here. So on that note, I want to thank all of you for your patience, for your time, and then look forward to see you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Media, are we set? May we rise for the closing prayer as we close this session. We take the third stanza as usual. Are we set for that stuff? Now, before the closing prayer, please, I'm told that Oyo State, right? Oyo State, they want to see the SG at, how do you call it again? Room 5 or what? Room C? Okay, lecture room. So after the closing prayer, you go and see the SG. Those of you from Oyo State. All right, media, bring it up. Third stanza, remember that now clearly. Okay, together we go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Thank you very much. Let's do this again by 8 p.m. Ivie, I'm coming down, so don't worry.